41st Millennium. For more than 100 centuries, the God Emperor has sat immobile upon the golden throne of Terra. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die. Yet even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battle fleets cross the demon-infested miasma of the warp, the only route between distant stars, their way lit by the light of the Astronomicon, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name on uncounted worlds. The greatest amongst his soldiers are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineered super warriors. Their comrades in arms are legion. They are the Imperial Guard and countless planetary defense forces, the ever-vigilant Inquisition, and the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitudes, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present threat from aliens, heretics, mutants, and worse. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim darkness of the far future there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter, and the laughter of thirsting gods.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this evening's stream of Rogue Trader. And no, bend over, we are not yet monetized on YouTube. We have the subs, but not the watch hours. And that is part of the reason I have been upticking the amount of streams we have on the channel. So, two people currently watching, thank you all for filing in. I need to, give me just a nanosecond here, tell me if the audio sounds good. If there's any issues with the audio, do tell me. It should be good here. I hope that the beginning of the intro there didn't blow your eardrums out. Chat, I do deeply apologize if that happened. 5x5, good, thank you very much, Ben. I'm just going to get this retweeted over on Twitter real quick. People power than me for just a moment, and we will get going on this. But how is everyone today? How are you all? I have been having a most excellent day so far. It's been absolutely fabulous here. We have had excellent weather, and it is trying to blow up a storm at the moment, but it has overall been just great. Top of the morning. All right, there we go. Let's get him set up with a rosary and a few more little bits. Doing well, just about to have dinner. How are you? I am doing excellent, Ben. I mage.
Not my specialty.
Aw. Where does this... What's the slot? Oh, of course, I put it in the wrong slot. Okay. Throw a cape on him, because everyone looks better with a cape. And... Ooh. Oh, that's nice. I wonder if Adelblard can wear that. Oh, he can. Alright. Now that he's got that and that, we're good. Okay. Alright. So... Yeah, I am doing excellent. It is full swing spring right now, so generally I am just Doing great, then. Lemon pepper chicken. And the fixings. Nice. Very nice. Alright, we need to talk to him because... Uh-huh. Okay, can't remember. I'm looking for something specific here. Oh, right, you don't get that till later. Okay. Because you can go and buy things from him if you need to. Alright, let's see. Do I need to connect to this yet? Nope. Okay, we're good. We're good. I'm just gonna run over here and we'll get started on actually getting into the swing of things here as far as missions and whatnot. Okay, so we are spoiled for choice right now. First things first, I'm going to go to Rykad Majoris and scan it. And we got nothing but XP from that, but that is just fine. We're going to spin over to the... of course. Alright. Voxmaster Vigdus, Lord Captain, Astropathic Choirmaster Zachary Wise is asking to speak to you via a private channel. Zachary Wise, greetings, your lordship. I can report that the choir is listening tirelessly to the Immaterium in the hope of picking up voices from the dynasty's ships or worlds. However, we have heard something horrifying instead. Amid the Immaterium's tumult, something is screaming. This scream is driving your choir mad. Until it stops, we have no hope of contacting any of the dynasty's worlds. It is coming from the Rykad System's Astropathic Station. Alright, and we've got plenty of options here as far as dialogue, so let's read through those. I do not think we have been introduced. What is the nature of the scream? If the scream stops, will we be able to contact someone? We are going to pay a visit to that station. I have more important matters to attend to at the moment. No, I think getting the Astropass unblinded would probably be a really good thing to do. So we're going to go with that one. Thank you, your lordship, in dialogue. Okay, let's get over there and close that up. I made peanut butter cookies today, and I'm very, very, very happy I did. Alright. The Astropathic Station is dead ahead of the Void Ship. It is motionless. There is a lifeless silence across its Vox frequencies. Its lights are out. Even those who have no warp sensitivity can feel the presence of death. It is here, lurking in the shadows. All of this makes reading the reports of the ship's astropaths who claim to be hearing an incessant ghostly howl emanating from the station all the more disturbing. God, I cannot read tonight. Okay. Deploy a scouting team. The enforcers offered their prayers and proceeded to enter the uncanny station. What they saw inside was monstrous. Astropaths upon their thrones, not quite here, not quite now, smudged, as it were, across time. Servants reliving their horrible deaths again and again, only to be reborn out of ashes and blood into more agony a moment later. The warp manifested itself here, twisting the very nature of existence. Continue. Lore warp, we'll do that one because we basically got a guaranteed win there. Lore warp 70. Send Zachary Wise to the station with a squad of bodyguards. Lore warp test succeeded. Choirmaster Wise boarded the station in person and proceeded to the choir's hall. He stood silently for hours in front of a man frozen in ice and held a telepathic conversation with him. Gained 28 experience. Then Master Wise offered a prayer to the God Emperor, and the unfortunate man passed away. Upon returning to the ship, Wise reverently presented the Lord Captain with a grim trophy, the late Choirmaster's amulet, taken from his frozen body after his death. Items received denial of nightmares. Continue. The Psychic Shriek. carrying across the immaterium has been silenced, but this has brought the crew no relief. A chilling sensation came to the astropaths when they realized that the cry was masking a different sound, one even more terrifying and surreal. It was the melody of a cataclysm, born from a warp storm of titanic power so intense that the entire expanse must be able to hear it. It muffles astropathic messages and crawls into psychers' minds, evoking everywhere the same image. A dark, gaping, beastly mouth cleaving the universe in two. Now that the mad choir master has finally stopped screaming, the song of the immaterium has reached the rogue trader's void ship 2. 3 options here are: order the station to be explored, burn everything, or seal the station, dooming its ghostly inhabitants to an eternity of suffering. We're gonna try and explore it so we can loot it first. A brief and chilling chronicle of the station's doom was found in the scribe's records. A warp disturbance of monstrous proportions wiped out half of the choir at once, turning the astropaths into living portals through which torrents of the immaterium's energies poured out. Those who lasted longer bellowed and howled about a black rift that had split the universe into before and after, and a darkness that would devour the Astronomicon's light. We're gonna burn everything, because no one should have to suffer that for all eternity. Void torpedoes shattered the fragile station. One can only hope that the unfortunate souls captured by the warp storm have perished along with their home. Gained 26 experience. There we go. In dialogue. Okay, now that that is clear, we are given with a couple of options here. Excuse me. We have Rykad Philia, the prison planetoid. Let's go here first. The unidentified void ship. If I remember correctly, this is the Space Pirates. Master Helmsman Revor. The Vox crackles to life, and Master Helmsman Revor addresses you. What we have here, Lord Captain? It is not very noticeable, but there's a void ship sitting in the local asteroid field. It sure is quiet, like it's huddled up there on purpose. It's not like I'm surprised the thing is more scrap heap than ship at this point. Somebody sure went to town on it. We are registering critical damage to the hull and depressurization of several compartments. Oh, there is an incoming transmission now too. Ragged void ship. Hear us? The Vox transmission hisses and abruptly cuts to static. Do not require assistance. Pete, do not require assistance. Continue. Copy. The Vox relays a different voice. Keep following. They'll pass us by, won't they? Emperor Roar protects. Lord Captain, Master Helmsman Revor says, I am told our augurs cannot determine the allegiance of the vessel. To be brief, there is an unidentified and badly damaged vessel within an asteroid field near the Rykad Philia colony that is refusing help, which, not to put too fine a point on it, has not yet been offered to them. Revor, can we establish communications, let the vessel identify itself, ignore the vessel, follow the charted course? We're going to go with number 1, because this is actually pretty funny, chat. Master Helmsman Revor. Yes, Lord Captain, the connection is established. Unknown vessel, we are receiving you. Identify yourselves. I repeat, identify yourselves. Ragged void ship. For a brief moment, the Vox only hisses and snaps. Then several voices at once start shouting over one another. Do not tell. Tell him. We're done for. Continue. Ragged void ship. This is Thunderfang. We are. One of the voices falters uncertainly and is replaced by another. A merchant vessel. Do you copy? We are a private chant vessel. Master Helmsman Revor, a merchant vessel. Of course they are. Damn my stupid head. Where did I hear this name before? Thunderfang. So we've got 4 options here. Revor, damage report on the unknown vessel. Thunderfang, why can we not identify you? Main gun, deck, fire on my order, aim weapons, target Thunderfang, keep following the old course. We're gonna go with 2. Thunderfang, why can we not identify you? Thunderfang, you can make out hoarse and furious whispering even over the crackling of static. Why? I don't know. What if certainly not? Continue. The whispering dies and a clear, youthful voice cuts through the static. Our vessel is badly damaged. Damage is preventing the correct identification. We assure you, Eastful Merchant vessel. Thunderfang does not require aid. Revor, damage report on the unknown vessel. Main deck, on my order, aim weapons, target Thunderfang, keep following the old full course. Number 1. Ravor, damage report on the unknown vessel. Master Helmsman Revor. Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by the guns of a combat ship. Several compartments are leaking air. The bridge has almost been completely obliterated. 2 of the engines are critically damaged. Somebody gave them a thrashing so solid they barely managed to limp away. So we got 3 options here. The last 2 are the same. Third one is Thunderfang. Your vessel is badly damaged. What happened to you? The Vox responds by bursting into a cacophony of sounds, words and emotions. Someone chuckles bitterly, another swears with some foul expletives, and yet another hisses, furiously demanding that the other shut up. You manage to make out little from all this noise. Continue. We're going to go with the first option because the second 2 are the same as they were before. Thunderfang, now stop playing games and explain again. Oh, actually, I should read this. Fuck. Brain is not braining. Please pardon me, chat. Thunderfang, we were just flying, minding our own business, straight out of the blue and opened fire. Miracle we could get away, Emperor protected, and then more fire. Who? Void only knows. Roasted our tail, bombed everything. Our folks, are left without our help. We never got to them. Thunderfang, now stop playing games and explain again what your business here, and this time I highly recommend the truth. Thunderfang, happy now, what have you done? Idiot. It's too late now. Continue. The whispers and static are drowned by a clear and slightly frightened voice. Do you copy? We are from the Fellowship of the Void. The Fellow of the Void. We do not come here to loot on a different business, to help our own out of jail. Do not hurt. Lease. We already had our Kronos clean. How about striking a deal? Our hold is full of goods. Continue. Master Helmsman Revor, in case you are unaware, Lord Captain, the Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assembly of several dozen pirate factions in the Coronis Expanse. They consider themselves above regular heretics, solely because they sometimes have vox conversations with those whom they are about to board. Were it up to me, I would make them eat a salvo from the macro cannons to shake the scum loose from the decks. They certainly deserve it. I don't know why I decided he's Scottish, but, well, he's sort of kind of British Isles now. Okay. High Factotum Generis Denrock. The honeyed voice of the High Factotum interrupts the translation with a polite cough. I would wait on destroying the vessel if I were you, although the moral aspects of their livelihood do cause some awkward questions. The Fellowship of the Void remains a major supplier of goods to the local market. Perhaps you will find dealing with them acceptable, especially in a situation where performing a warp jump is impossible. We're going to go with Thunderfang. Prepare for commercial exchange because we need to be able to make some money. Alright, what have we got that we can? I did pick up some junk. Okay. And I can buy some stuff. I forgot about this. Okay, first things first, melted charges. So this is one of the fun little things about buying and selling things in this game, chat. So your ability to buy or sell things is solely determined by your profit factor, meaning if you're rich enough, you don't have to actually pay out profit factor, you can just take things. You're basically buying on reputation, is basically what it comes down to. Our reputation is basically zilch with them right now, but I'm gonna basically buy everything we can get so I can have some things that actually hurt people. Ooh, likey. And the really good thing about this is that we can... Okay, we're gonna add those to cargo. And those to cargo. And those to cargo. And we're gonna select tradable. And select tradable. Trade that to them. And we will start... So this right here is what they're looking for. I don't have any of this stuff at the moment. I basically traded all I can, and I am going to be keeping that flamer for reasons which I shall get into in a bit. Okay. So, we should rotate over to Uric 5, because the station has one of the better characters in this game that I actually like quite a bit. Voxmax Master Victus, Lord Captain, reporting the heralds of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to the Uric 5 station being off-limits to visitors. We interrupted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. Continue. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobilite house requires aid and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmission. Okay, first things first, order the Augur crew to scan the station. Yes, Lord Captain. The Vox remains silent for a while, but then you hear static and Vigdis' measured voice. The officers from the Augur crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. Continue. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some are fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means that the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators' heralds ignoring us? Contact the station. I will negotiate personally. We're playing a noble character. We will act as pompous as possible. The Vox relays. The cadence sound of grinding gears and clicking tumblers. I am sorry, Lord Captain. The station does not reply, even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. 3. Order the crew to commence docking with the station. There definitely is something sus over there. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor's light your path. Okay, except because we don't have a full team yet. But we are gonna get close soon. This also means we're going to be pretty psycho heavy pretty quickly. Pretty cutscenes.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Seems legit. Okay. Wretches, you'll be consigned to oblivion for your treason to House Orselio. Immortal Emperor, deliver us from peril. Prayers will not help you, servant of the damned. In the name of House Orselio, I command you to execute the infidels. I forgot how Middle Eastern themed the navigators in this game were. Not a step further. They're talking about us, aren't they? Master, we have some strange guests on the station. Hey, I'm not the one with a third eye. Bellic Orselio, a tall man, stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face, and not just his own blood. 2 jet-black, unblinking eyes are watching your every move, and the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. Answer in High Gothic. I am Rogue Trader Drake von Valencius, and I am no enemy of the Navis Nobilite. Felic Orselio. The system has been under the protection of the Winter Scale dynasty for many years. Admittedly, I did not expect to meet another rogue trader in my lifetime, let alone one of noble blood. Continue. Felic Orselio. And since fate has brought such an important person into my abode, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felic Christoph August, keeper of the station. So, you did not come to offer support to the traitors. This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Uric 5 is a holy sanctum for House Orselio, and the path to it only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list. Provide me with a navigator, and I will immediately depart the station. I come here in search of a navigator, so you are coming with me. Yeah, we're not doing that. I am looking for the Lord Inquisitor's interrogator, one Henrix von Kalox. Do you know about his present location? What is happening on the station? Where did all these corpses come from? That's going to be my most immediate question and concern. Felic Orselio. Betrayal, a most banal thing in the life of the Nobilite, don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orselio, the second keeper of Uric 5 and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generator, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner. Greedy scum, I swear by the throne's light, their souls shall perish in the darkness of the void. Continue. Felic falls silent for a few moments and then furiously slams the end of his staff into the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. What kind of help are you talking about? I still have some questions concerning the situation on the station. Taken by force. I do not care about your mistress. I am looking for a navigator, and you will do. Definitely not. For attack, your words are rife with disrespect, and I will not tolerate it. While that would be the most pompous thing to do, he is also a noble, so we need to be a little bit careful about how we handle things, especially as we're a rogue trader, and pissing off a member of the Navigator houses is probably not a particularly bright or intelligent decision to make. So, I still have questions concerning the situation on the station. Our idle chatter will not save Lady Cassia, but if you need to be sure of something before you can help, so be it. Tell me about your mistress. We'll go with that one first. Regretfully, I am not allowed to discuss my mistress, whether with her retinue or the outsiders. She will tell you about herself personally if she feels like it. That is assuming she survives. I am begging you not to waste any more of our precious time, for it is running out. My men have reported that the station is in a deplorable state. The navigator irritably brushes away a strand of bloodied hair. Trust me, I should know. Everything happened too quickly. There were dozens of reports of accidents, victims, and failing systems, but the only precious thing aboard the station is Lady Cassia's life. Everything else is futile and can be easily replenished. What makes you think your mistress is alive? A spark of concern flickers in the black pits of Felic's eyes. You may not believe me, but Lady Cassia is capable of... The navigator cringes, seemingly in pain, and furiously exhales incredible things. Not even the traitor Theobald can easily harness her power. Why did you not respond to the messages from Moricad Minoris? I've already said Uric 5 is sacrosanct. It is the holy domain of the Navis Nobilite, and it is forbidden for commoners from the world below. We had hoped to solve the crisis on our own, but when the station spiraled out of control, we could not establish contact between the strait because the traitors had disabled our equipment. Enough questions. Okay, I hope your curiosity is fully satisfied. What kind of help are you talking about? I would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet Felix takes his hand away from his ribcage, notices blood, and winces in pain. And yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness. But you may actually succeed. Continue. In order to ascend to the mistress's chamber, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orselio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part, and the other was lost during the mutiny, but even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. Why should I help you? You came to this station for a reason. House Orselio will not be able to help you until the current crisis is resolved, but if you aid us now, I promise you, we will reach an agreement that you will find satisfying, be it riches, influences, or the power of our navigators. How do I remake the control rod? Oh, actually, so how am I supposed to power the elevator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence, and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priests ceaselessly perform the rites of appeasement, so that the machine spirit should serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. I guess that makes sense. Three, we're going to pretend to be particularly gallant. Well, not pretend, we are going to be particularly gallant. It'll be an honor to save the Lady Navigator from her woes. Felix nods courtly. You should hurry then. We will stay here to hold the line and lick our wounds. Good luck, rogue trader, and may the Emperor's light be with you. In dialogue. Okay. Okay, can I loot anything in here? I forget. I don't think there's anything lootable in here. These...
White, bright, pure color. And it's all riddled with horrible veins that carry the poison of fear and pain throughout its body. Who are you? Why are you crying?
Well, that's
If the
not...
witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this abode of noble navigators, then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery.
Yeah, you're kind of wrong about that one, sweetheart. Okay, we need to go over here and athletics. Okay, we've got a few things. Oh, I forgot about the traps in this game. God. I am glad that they actually do pause things so you can handle that.
The Emperor favors me today.
Okay. The Lady Navigator statue looks pristine and new.
None shall stand in my way.
Okay, we need to go over here. Oh, that'll put us in combat. Yep. Okay. Alright. This should probably be your first indicator that things are not necessarily as they appear. Okay. Yeah, I know. I am very aware. First things first, we're going to put him behind... Actually, we'll put him over there. Abelard's going there. Idira can go here. Actually, here. And Argenta can go there. I forget. Can Argenta use flame weapons? Yes, she can use the flamer.
My faith strengthens me. Stay vigilant.
So for next combat, we will probably try and put that.
Curse you, miscreant!
Friendly fire sometimes works a lot in your favor in this game, which I like a lot.
You'll regret this.
Certainty of death. Small chance of success. What are we waiting for?
Absolutely, Ben. Okay. There is no veil degradation. So we're just gonna do a thing over here.
Be gone.
And make those people's peepees explode, and there we go.
But of course.
Follow my lead.
And we got cover. Yep, they're able to strafe us a little too effectively over there. Yeah, that hurts me, but not nearly as bad as it hurts you. Ooh, nice attack of opportunity there. Okay. Actually, first things first. Let's give him that.
Suits my purposes.
Okay, we're gonna switch weapon sets. Grab that, and we're gonna hit him.
Not a problem for me.
Cool.
My place is at the fore.
Get him over there. Have him charge. Kill that guy.
I took care of this one.
Chainsword for the win.
Indeed.
And of course we missed.
My faith strengthens me.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Alright, first things first. We're gonna have her switch out for the bolter. Because funny. Actually, we have a clear line of sight to both of those guys, so let's...
The Emperor's judgment.
That, chat, is why bolters are absolutely awesome. Okay, is there anyone else down there? There's him, him, and him. Okay, we got those three.
Rejoice in battle.
Move her down there and light him up. Yeah, no. No, you're not gonna get to use your ability right now, I'm sorry.
The battlefield.
I do not want any more Veil degradation than we can absolutely afford. So just that. Not gonna use any attacks. Ooh, if we do that. Yeah, we're just gonna pass there. Alright.
Can I fall back now?
No, you can't.
Forge ahead.
First things first. Hit him.
Suits my purpose. Nothing of value has been lost. Nothing I can't
Rush
do.
up there.
I am fear incarnate.
We're gonna hit him with sword.
Suits my purposes. All too easy.
Strike.
Hurting me was your biggest mistake.
And endure. Must
Never
admit, I
wavered in the face of
have not really
adversity.
played a warrior before. I usually pick operative, so this is I'm
Tried and
definitely
tested
liking
tactics are
the
the
extra
best
attacks
ones.
and charging and movement. That's all very, very nice. Okay, what was okay? He gets the auto gun.
It will be done.
All right, that did not work. Have him charge up there.
At your
Endure.
beck and call.
Argenta, please move over here.
I will bathe this battlefield in
Thank you.
righteous fury. Doubt is for the weak.
Yep, one hit from the bolter and he's out. All right, loot time. Nice little combat there. I don't think we're gonna get too much more combat in here. Oh, that's already better than her bolter by a lot. I forgot how good the flame weapons are in this game. Okay. Now we truly have do have a crazy little sister of battle with a flamer. And I don't have bolter proficiency, do I? Can't be equipped by this character. Can't be equipped by this character. Okay. She's the only one with bolt weapon proficiency. Well, we will need to fix that soon. Ish.
Victory awaits.
Guard Defender. Collect all. I think I'm still running the baseline armor, so the sooner we start upgrading things, the better. We also need to loot like a
Done.
statue by the famous Calixian sculptor and chronicler Zachary Vernon the Magnificent. The 23rd year of the Millennium original. Nice. Ooh. Something handy there. There is more loot over here if I remember right. Yep. you can loot the bookshelves, and we do need to get that door
I
open.
won't tolerate
Won't be a
weakness.
secret.
Good. Let's get that open.
Duty prevails.
We're going to want to make sure we loot the entire room because there is stuff in here that will be very handy later on. Oh yeah, we probably should check this out too. Medicaid.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Most of these unfortunate souls took their own lives by slicing their guts wide open. Pleasant. Very
It's about
pleasant.
time. Halt. I noticed something.
Ooh. Okay, meteorite chunk, and there's a chest over here. Ooh. Ripper auto pistol. Very nice. And a grenade. Because that's just something you have laying around inside a library for some reason. Mutated flesh sample. What is over here that we can loot? I don't see... Oh, I bet you it's... Where is it? Ah, there we go. Catechism of St. Drusus. Handy. Very handy.
I'll lay claim to the star.
Yeah, holy relics in here, very useful for a lot of different reasons. Not least of which because you can go. Intercepted conversation between security officers. Tremendous honor, yes, but this promotion will transfer the entire squad to the child's personal guard by the God Emperor. Well, you are a strapping lad. You will probably make it for a cycle or three. It has worn down better men than me. What even is the point if your brain turns into mush? I may rip out my eyes like Amos did. At best, I'll just go bonkers like that little shit stain that kept stealing our Iho. Oh, what happened to that one? Threw himself out of a depressurized chamber because some voices told him to. Calm down. Keeper Felix said that the squad will not have to serve the child for long. He gave us a little leeway, unlike that fish-eyed, and it trails off.
None shall stand in
Let's
my
just
way.
say that the Lady Navigator, her servants don't have a long shelf life at all. In fact, they have a very, very short one, generally. Ooh, I forgot. There was something in here last playthrough. Don't remember if it's still there. Let me check. There's nothing in that room. Okay, we need to move up slowly because there are traps in here.
The crew continues to mourn Lady Theodora. I fear it may affect the performance of their duties in service of the Lord Captain.
Aw, you're a good little guard
In
dog.
his service, will they find strength and fortitude? Only thus will they turn their hearts away from the frailties that lead to heresies.
Matters.
Alright. Goods. Ooh, Mars pattern sword. Hell yeah. 8 to 13. Gloves of endurance. Nice. Okay, we should probably start checking people's armor, especially mine. I have a flak chest plate. Let's switch out that sword. Zoa pattern, Mars pattern. Mars pattern is better. Auto pistol, 3 to 5. We'll switch it out for a Ripper auto pistol. And 5 to 7. Auto gun is better. Auto gun is a lot better. Okay. Denial of Nightmares. We should give that to Ding Dong over here. And camouflage robe. We'll give that to our resident murder hobo. And +5 to persuasion. What are my current ones? +3 to tech. We'll keep those on for now. We can switch those out later.
Victory awaits. I rise to the occasion.
Of course I do. Okay, we need to move forward
Attention to
slowly.
detail is the key to success.
Okay, our
Look,
not
no.
able
Join me
Argenta.
in prayer.
Come here, please. Over. No, you absolute dunce. Okay, quick save. Do we have any healing? Oh, we're out of healing items. Well, that's shitty. That's very, very shitty, in fact. That's not good at all.
Danger, danger, danger. Unbelievable.
Indeed. Thank you very much for the blurb bend over. Let's go to cargo management. Cargo. Please, God, tell me that they... No. Shit. That's not good. That is not good at all. This is what we call a very non-ideal situation, because you do not want to be without healing in this game, because being without healing sucks. Really, really hard. Okay.
Follow my lead.
Let's get that door open. Okay, what do we got in here? Anything good? Well, this is a fun scene. Did you hear the screams? Move! Sir, are you all right? We can't hear anything. And... Now I see. You are in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors! Our boy be tripping balls in there. I know you're all traitors. Traitors, all of you. They told me. They whispered, hey, who are you? Okay. Loot all of that. And that. And him. We need to get everyone up here.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Oh, Lord. Oh, boy. Okay. Info. Research notes of Navis Laboratorium Custodian Fortuniata Orselio, Part 13. Keeper Theobald graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growth so that we could study the influence of the rebellious immaterium on the flesh of the Navis Nobilite. Just as we thought, navigators are positively resistant to the restless currents of the warp. The God Emperor truly does shield some people against corruption and misery. But let us get back to the study of mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. I must ready the organ extraction equipment. Adamantine dust and black water. That was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised, I am lucky to still have my head on my shoulders after this reckless experiment. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the Macerator can handle its temper, so we should probably introduce a more complex compound into the formula. Indeed, Arid Hill, and welcome to the stream, sir. Lurkers represent indeed. All of the data related to the experiment were recorded to datacrypt K04OH. I will get back to them later. Once I am done with experiment H41OK. Have I mentioned that the chunk of meteorite found by Keeper Felix subjects is completely useless, although its shining granules can be used to make new paints for the child? Yes, I think I'm going to do exactly that. Okay. Select all space. Oh dear.
It's about time.
Alright, there is a door over here that we can open. Tech use, please, and thank you.
That didn't go as I'd hoped.
Demolition.
Never touch me.
Okay. Everybody in here? Ooh, all the loot, chat. All of it.
I did fine.
Alright, gonna get that. We do need to pick up some... Oh, 3 people watching. Thank you all very much. We do need to try and pick up some... Anything else in this room? Oh, there's something over here I missed. I'd like to know what, because I can't see it. Oh, that. Okay, data crypt. What do we got out here that I missed? Oh, there's a dead body. Alright. Navigator flesh sample. Okay.
A new challenge for me.
Right. Now we've got that. We should probably go get this door open. Oh boy. Uh-huh. Had to duck out of chat a sec and hit the like button. Thank you very much, Arid Hill. And yes, chat, please do smash that like button. It does help the channel. For some reason, the archenemy's twisted influence has found its way onto the station. Yep, those are Zinchais in the walls. Always a wonderful sign.
None shall stand in my way.
Servant. We are done for. They'll kill us all. I can't take this anymore. Okay. What do we got in here? Anything else I need to grab? This room? Nope. Okay. So, we're going to push back around this way. Towards that door. And try and get this open. Okay, locked. My God. There is something I need to do in here. Which I keep forgetting to do. There is a door in here that is unopened. It's that one. That's the one we need to get to. Okay. Yep, here it is. Awaken the Cogitator Spirit. The Cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. Awaken the Cogitator. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers. The Cogitator's insides emit creaks and groans, and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the Cogitator systems. Okay. Request data on the station's navigators. After a brief pause, the data appears on the vid screen. Felix Orselio, location main hall, status alive. Theobald Orselio, location upper chambers, status alive. Calamara Orselio, location upper chambers, status deceased. Alexius Orselio, location lower levels, status deceased. Rasmus Esteban Orselio, location unknown, status deceased. The child, location upper chambers, biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat. Elevated body temperature. Stress level exceeds the permissible limit. Status unknown. Error. Attention. Calming procedures advise. Attention. Upper chambers inaccessible. Error. The control rod is not present. If the rod has been misplaced, immediately contact a station keeper or the Navis Laboratorium custodian. Words are hard. Okay. Examine the log. Call Rycad Minoris for help. The system cannot carry out your commands despite the eager compliance of the machine spirits. One thing is certain, the problem does not lie in the Cogitator's mechanisms. Examine the log. Switch to the main chamber controls. Open all doors on the level. The Cogitator's vid screen goes dark, as if the machine spirits had fled their mechanical casket, but your assumption is incorrect, as it fills with static just a few moments later. You can barely make out an inscription amidst the flow of rapidly changing symbols. Okay, 0, 1, 0. 1. 4. 3. Okay, that got us something. That opened a door, I think. Possibly. Possibly. Hopefully it didn't make something explode. Okay, door is open. That door is open, that's good. Switch to the main chamber controls. Turns the list of Switch to the main chamber. Continue. Okay, we've done all of these. Okay. Okay, activate the elevator, return to the list of available commands, examine the log. View Vox report 12AH. 890. The Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. The tech priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back, the officer's speech is interrupted by shouting, and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. God, I love this game. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winterscale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. Do you hear me? Anyone. If you are in doubt, shoot to kill. Nice, Ben. Okay, step away from the cogitator. We're not going to read all of that because that would take forever and my throat would die. Okay. And that wouldn't be good. And I am already... Oh. Well, that's pleasant. Okay, then. Goods. We need to loot all of this.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Synthetic amniotic fluid pools across the floor. Barely discernible traces stretch to the sides opposite the entrance. Nice. Okay. Junk there.
It's about time.
Junk there. Crystals. What is this? A hippie den? Or your average millennial's house? Good God. The amount of rocks they have around here would make them think it's my place. Lord. Okay. I hope you enjoyed your chicken, Ben. Okay. Can't remember. We can't get down there. Yeah, we can't get down there. So we just need to get here.
Weakness.
Lady Cassia's Medicae. They all just lost their minds. Please don't kill me.
Doubt is for the weak.
Okay, let's get that open. Okay. Info. There might be something important in here. I don't remember. We're gonna add that to inventory and loot through here. Remake the control rod, transducer. Let's get adamantine. There's more stuff to loot in here. We don't really need to try and make anything because it will be easier for us. Yep, more fucked up experiments. We are more interested in just the raw materials because they can be sold. And, you wind up destroying more than you get out of that. Really. Okay. Any loot in here I need to worry about? Okay. Wait. 8. No. Okay. I wonder what's going off in the other room. Hearing a loud beeping. Ooh, Warp Seer's goggles. We will give those to Dum Dum. because she needs them very much. Alright. Warp Seer's goggles. Let's give those to Retard, and we'll get a move on.
Follow my lead.
Alright, now we can finally get moving. Oh, I keep going to the wrong place. Doit. Got that open, got that open, got everything looted out of here. We need to go back over here. Cross the rubble. Get that control rod installed, and GTFO. Okay.
A new challenge for me?
Here. Continue. Pelic Orcelio looks a little better. His tangled hair is now neatly braided. His wounds are tightly bandaged, and there's some healthy color under the scales on his cheeks. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well. Well, remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. Adira suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deeply into her shoulder. Then she starts mumbling. The crossroads, there are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks so poor and flimsy. They fall at the slightest touch, one hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Tell me more, what paths? I cannot say. One is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedies. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like most. Yeah, no. The station has enough problems without your sorcery, Psyker. Felic waves Adira off and looks at you expectingly. Hand over the key. Thank you, Rogue Trader. I don't even know what to say. Status and honor prevented me from admitting it before now, but you have awoken hope in me. Hope that I might actually leave the station together with a mistress, which is why I'm about to ask one last favor of you. The lowly insurgents got their hands on a weapon that suppresses my navigator powers. Their absence makes me a living target, but this weapon is useless against you. As the bunch of lunatics wielding it, I humbly ask you to deal with the scum huddling upstairs and hurry to adorn my mistress with the relic of our house, a sacred amulet against all evil. Sure. Very well, I'll do it. Okay, you were given glowing stone. That's a... yeah, nope. You are going to need this charm, and may the God Emperor's light be with you. Yeah, he is full of shit. Alright. There we go.
None
up.
shall stand in my way.
Oh. Can you not do that, please? God, you're such a woman. Okay, the pale figure with unnaturally long limbs covers her face with her hands, which are deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continuously streams from her scarlet-misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. I forgot she had gills. Continue. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament, and when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. As the otherworldly creature slides over you, your entire core shudders in terror. Flashes of past warp nightmares re-emerge from the shadow of your memory and paralyze your will. You gasp for air in terror, drowned under a crushing wave of pain. You cannot catch your breath. Hot tears burn on your cheeks. Why is this happening? Why is it happening to you? Why do you feel so lonely and in so much pain? Do these feelings even belong to you? Adira emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. Ow! As if my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one barging into my head. Somebody stop her. Heresy. Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head, and her white hair veils her face. Yeah, we're going iconoclast here, because, You direct all your attention inward to your heart, currently shackled by another suffering. Under the gaze of your burning inner eye, the despair and pain begin to dwindle. The darkness in your soul dissipates, the lump in your throat shrinks, and you discover that you are standing in front of a bizarre creature, a young woman whose tears you seem to have dried along with your own.
Leave the exterminatus upon these heretics. All right, fire!
Pretty much, Ben. In fact, almost exactly that, though that's a bit later in the game. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out, sound similar to both a sob and a howl of a wounded animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you, who are you? Drake von Valencius, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Cassia. Unease settles over the young woman's features and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners, Drake. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. Continue. Theobald Orselio, the heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby, erupts into low sobs, his eyes swollen from crying. Dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child. Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child, throne preserve. Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You, the old man shifts. Revealing his face to you, it is threaded with jet-black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly, sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's face is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I am warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orselio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one is so deranged it's making the Whisper shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of a dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. Abelard places a hand on his weapon. Persuasion. At present, I am trying to determine what is happening on Eric 5 Commerce. I mean you no harm. I come to seek the navigator's aid. 3. You will answer for everything you have wrought on this station. Surrender and slowly step away from Lady Cassia. Persuasion. At present, I am trying to determine what is happening on Uric 5. Persuasion test succeeded. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felix service, so who are you? Drake von Valencius, rogue trader. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Continue. I won't take too much exception to that, because it's probably true in this case. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful. And so, House Orselio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. You can make yourself an ally or our enemy, or an enemy of our house today. You decide. I want to know what happened between you and Felix. Seems prudent, considering that we haven't been given a clearer vision of what has actually happened on this station. Felix is my wayward student. He came to Uric 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house to the abyss to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our Novators, to Symphony Orselio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novator's throne. So choose whose side you are on, a murderous traitor or the lawful scion of a noble house. Theobald speaks these words softly, looking at the unconscious young woman with reverence. Thelic accused you of treachery. Why should I trust your words? Defending myself before strangers, I never thought I would fall so low. The old man looks at the unmoving Cassia and shakes his head in resignation. If the child's life were not at stake, very well. I have no choice or proof of my innocence. I can give you my word as a member of the Navis Nobilite. If the honest words of an honorable man counts for nothing with you, I guarded this station against calamity and incursions from without to the best of my ability. I forced the wardens to strictly observe security protocols. I personally selected every servant, and I faithfully protected the child during the coup. Thelic is a true monster. Let's do away with him together. Theobald Orselio. Theobald dips his head in a fervor of the in favor of the proposition. Words are hard. Allies are always welcome, even temporary ones. I will revive the child. Do not be alarmed. The power of House Orselio's heir will help us to destroy our enemies from Felic's navigator forces. But you rest for a time before the battle. Okay, we've got the room is clear for the minute. I'm gonna go over here because there is loot. Alright, what's this? Luxurious feast was untouched. More holy gifts. We need all of those we can get. Ooh. Is there anything worth looting in here around the bed? Hell of a bed. I like that one. Oh god, I want to make a joke right now, but I will refrain because that one will get me banned off fucking YouTube. Okay. Nope, clear, clear, and clear. Any loot in the room? Nope. Loot is not an issue. Okay. Check that. Check that. Check that. Checked everything.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Okay, Theobald. Okay. We're gonna get that later. I forgot that they had Tempestus guys here. Tempestus Scions chat. They're the dudes in the really fancy armor. Fairly advanced armor for the era of 40k, so it's actually somewhat like servo-assisted and whatnot. That's similar to Tempestus Scion armor right there. And these guys are just wearing like crew armor. She has a mechanical arm. That's nice.
Follow my lead.
Okay, let's see. Activate the elevator. Oh, it's glitched. Ah, there we go. Alright, he'll be joining us. Rogue traitor, you treasonous worm! I knew I should have killed you! Yeah, I had you pegged for a dirtbag ever since you shot those people. That is enough, boy! You betrayed the child, our house, and Tisiphone yourself. Surrender! Yeah, he's not gonna do that. I am the savior of our house, and I am prepared to pay the ultimate price. Kill them. Yeah. So, a nutter with a savior complex. Joy.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Ooh, I forgot we get his help. Okay. Abelard over there. I'm going over here. Cassia's there. Idira. I want you back in this corner to make people explode. And Argenta, you get to go up there. No, actually, let's put her over here. Okay, Abelard. You gonna move up over here. And hit both of those people. Violently, preferably. Options, options, options. Thank you for the blurt Ben. Okay, I need all that. Okay, we're just gonna hit door and we'll Theobald. God, his hat is ridiculous. I kind of want it too. It's absolutely retarded looking.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
feel like Marcus Gruber... Did she just... No, she didn't. Thank God. Okay. Hey, can I move? I can't move. That's handy. Okay, Adira. Burst fire. Shoot him. He's close. Ooh, good. Definitely a good choice of blurb. Very good choice of blurb, Airhail. Alright, and I can move again. That's nice. Let's get straight onto these guys, and we'll hit them with the auto gun again.
Not a problem for me.
That's actually a las rifle, isn't it? Yes, that is a las gun.
Suits mine.
Forgot how not crap they are in this game. Okay, sword out. Sword out, board out. Okay, recovery. You can't hit for shit. Okay. You did a good job there. Cool. You know, moving farther away, probably not a good move. Oh. Well then. Well, let's just make this man explode. Here you go, have some fire. And can we? Yep, we can. Here, burn him again, please. Good. Okay. Got that up. And Adira. Adira, dear darling. Okay, I need you to, That's good. Psychic Shriek.
My passion has failed me.
Did you literally just... Yeah, she did literally just kill herself.
Follow my lead. Follow my lead.
That is one hell of a psychic backlash, you absolute cretin. Okay.
At your beck and call.
Okay, there's that, and we're gonna hit him again.
Victory is imminent. We'll rule the stars themselves.
High momentum again.
Indeed, reduced to dust.
Move him over here, where Fellic is.
I've seen worse battles than this.
God, I love Abelard.
At your beck and call.
He is an absolutely awesome, extremely useful character.
Like an exemplary strike.
And we got one more. And he's down.
You were targeted.
And now we are down to Clown. I think we have one more enemy. Where is he? Oh, right there. Okay, Soul Gaze. And we're good. Alright. Fire, definitely a good choice right there. Forgot how busted the flamer weapons are in this game.
Now, this is your burden, child. Survive. Return to the fold of your house as your destiny demands.
Okay, continue.
No! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! Wake up! Your mistress is giving you an order! Do you hear me?
He was a fine seer of the warp. He fought for his mistress until the end.
Based?
Yeah, no. Enough's enough.
Oh my god, woman.
I've had my fill of waterworks, thank you.
Oh god, I have a little thought for the moment. Just saying. I regret that we had to meet under such circumstances.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before.
Yeah, and I want the moon to be made out of cheese. Well, more likely ice cream. And I want the universe to not entirely suck all the time, but that's just not the nature of 40K, my dear.
What are you going to do to me?
Yeah, we're not going to do that. Remember, we are a noble, and we're going to try and act like it, somewhat. Lady Cassia, I, Drake von Valencius, rogue trader of the Imperium of Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Yurak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
All who can be saved will be given succor aboard my ship.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of...
Okay, we're not leaving right away. Oh, and we get
to look at me because of my appearance. I fear to look at them because of their rotten-colored souls.
Look, I'm just saying, we're gonna try and go... Well, you can't really romance the Eldar in this one. You can become very good friends with her, but romance is not really an option, so we may actually go with the, Navigator. Oh, they're shotguns. Ah. Oh. Yes, please. Okay. He's down. I'm out. Alright. Very good friends is about as far as you can expect to get with the Eldar in this game. Unless you go with the weird little creep that is Marazai, and look, I don't bat for the other team, so that's not happening. Okay, we've got everything in here. There is still loot. There is still lootable enemies. Let's grab him. All that. Any more? Nope, we're good. Alright, now we can head back to the Void Ship's bridge. So we have a navigator. We've got a navigator for our ship so we can leave the system. Thankfully, we have a functional warp sphere, which means that we're not completely boned. For people watching, thank you all very much. It is greatly appreciated. God, I love everything about this game is just... French kiss. Good God, that chair is comically large. Voxmaster Victus. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first... Your heart starts beating furiously, your breath comes short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Victus is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing about in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you are ready for the ritual, please let me know. I always forget that she's actually a chick. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Victus, then lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. Now, darling, you don't need to go doing that. What did you wish to speak about? Before I begin the ritual, I wish to look once again into the eyes of the man whose fame is so great it managed to penetrate the impregnable walls of Yurak 5 long before we ever met. It is truly you, Drake, the person the whole Expanse and Calexis sector are talking about, and now, a rogue trader as well. After a few seconds, Cassia lets out a small exhale and then raises her pointed chin. Look, you don't have to pull the pussycat behavior here. If you want something, be direct, woman. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honorably, and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that I am immeasurably grateful. Well, of course, dear. You are going to be making up for that in an awful lot of ways later, but we'll talk about that later. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet. Uve served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Materium, and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. Why are you asking for these items? Now, no, let's not do that because it's a navigator thing. 2. Tell me more about what the ritual entails. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship, so that I become one with the vessel. Cassia lifts a lock of hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant ports. After that, I use the House Orselio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of all errant thoughts, and then it is time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light, the guiding thread, so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. Cassia unfurls her hand as though dropping something. But you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orselio never lose their course. I shall ensure that all necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. Cassia nods and thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. Few can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is opened. Continue. Right. We are down to Clown. We have warp travel clear to us, and we can go to different systems now. But we are not going to, because I have other very important things to do first. Lord Captain, I shall oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all.
I'm having a hard time getting it in.
It's fine. I mean, this is your first time, isn't it?
Then, thank you very much, you absolute Chad, you. I'm thinking of another word, but dear God. Oh, God. The Voxcaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the serration of clothes. Susurration. That is a weird and very unfamiliar word. Pious chanting and the metallic creaking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. Oh, God. Oh, my chat. Jesus Christ. Oh, Lord. Come here, Uve. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, the low sob of the servant, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, the faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurrying away. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance, a storm rising above foaming water, armadas drowning in fog, the path from one end to another cannot be seen. Yeah, I'm just gonna straight up ignore that ever happened, Dirt Hill. Continue, and here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit of her, no, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here, the light is deadened, the great ruler is gone. The Voxmaster recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks, and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips the series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject...
Oh, you touch my tra-la-la. My ding-ding-dong.
Thank you for the blurps, Ben. Good God. Oh, that was Grizzled. Well, hello there, sir. Good to see you. I should have known. Welcome to the stream. We're playing Rogue Trader and getting blurted with things that are probably going to get me in hot water, but hey, it's a good time in the country. All right. Voxmaster Vigdus, my abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Hail indeed, O grizzled one. 2. Cassia, are you alright in there? Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling, shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats raw from the strain, and then sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears, Voxmaster Victus said, the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's right. As it was for her predecessor, I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Continue. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. An endless blackness have spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot
There's an imposter amongst us, and he touched my ass.
Of course he did. Has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around. My brush only draws me onward. The way is blocked. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metallic clinking. Clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Natty McBatty, welcome, and do not ever apologize for being late. I am late for most things in life most of the time. I am very happy to see you. I'm just glad you're here. Alright, continue. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Spare me a few minutes of your time, as there are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I wish to report on the condition of the station of Uric 5. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Rycat system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the... And by the way, Natty, how are you, dear lady? Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of the Navis Nobilite have brought us precious time. We can either focus our efforts on disassembling the station and procuring technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. We're going with this one. Loot everything from jewelry to the very last manuscript. As you command, Lord Captain. Profit Factor 2! There is much lore to be learned, Natty. So profit factor is what is gonna, it is what is going to float this playthrough. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, in the 41st millennium, to serve the God Emperor and to get filthy rich. And to possibly fondle several characters. But that's coming later. We've got to... That came out wrong. That will happen later at some point, I think, possibly. As you command, Lord Captain. Continue. With your permission, I would like to remind you that we are still looking for an Engine Seer Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirit are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Henrix von Kalox, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for certain he was not at Uric 5, so we should keep this in mind when making any future plans. Thank you, Vigdus. That will be all for now. Alright, as it pleases you, Lord Captain. And I am going to... I'm gonna pop out back to the bridge and do a little bit of cleanup as far as, like, inventory management / skills management, because we do need to bump up Cassia's level a bit. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Natty. I hope you get better. Being sick sucks. I may be coming down with something myself. I think I may have picked up a cold from one of the nieces or one of the nephews. It depends. Okay, Reckless Strike. Available abilities. Reckless Strike. Sworn Enemy, next. We're not going to poke the Warp Chaos immediately. I would... Well, that depends. Actually, probably after this, we will be poking about with the Warp some. We don't start funneling with Xenos until later. But, yeah, this playthrough is going to avoid getting, nibblings. We're not gonna get too fond of chaos during this playthrough. I don't like the idea of having... Okay. She's an officer. Fellowship? Definitely want to up Fellowship.
Oh my.
Thank you for the blurt, Bendover. Okay, we want to give her movements or willpower. And then there's another thing I want to give her. Something important. Blood Augury. Undam the Sea of Souls. That's the one I was looking for. And then we're going to bump Fellowship again, because here's the thing. Wait, actually? Yeah, her willpower is high enough. Fellowship, one of the most busted stats in this game. It's how much you can interact with things. And if you bump it enough, you can do very, very, very broken things. So ballistics first. And then I want to go to not controlled, dash. Dash is good, but I don't want dash because I'm looking for... Yeah, we'll go with dash. We'll go with dash. Dash will be fine. Okay. Well, that's an old one. Remember that Donald Duck one from a radio show? Oh. Well, that makes sense. You are quite a bit... Okay, I won't make an old joke here. Okay, Fatebringer. Let's go with Fatebringer. And then weapon skill. Actually, willpower. Willpower would probably be good. Need to bump them psyker levels. Okay, Taunting Scream. X. Forceful Strike. Taunting Scream. Okay, make him our tank. And then Demolition, Medicae. Medicae, plus 10. Get that healing up. Get that healing up a lot. Okay. Danrock, my boy, my brother, my man. Fellowship of the Emperor, sort of. I would like to order the... Ooh, Thunderfang. Okay. Can buy... Reputation level is too low. Okay, so let's just add that to cargo, because we don't really need it. Ooh, armored body glove. Ooh. Ooh. Well, hello there. I don't mind if I do. Okay, first things first. None of that can be used. That's sellable. Okay, first things first. Reputation. Stuff they really want. Heretic trophies. We'll give them that. That. We're basically just gonna... But later. Later I get some pretty cool things. Heretic trophies. We'll give them that. Armor kit, miscellaneous, fuel. And we have Holy Gifts, so those will be useful for later. Okay, weapons. Las pistol, add to cargo. Las gun, split. Add to cargo. Add to cargo. Rintobi pattern las gun. That's the better one. Look, just because I can recall 65 cents a gallon gasoline doesn't mean I'm old. Okay, bad argument. Yeah, it kind of is. Kind of is, Aridhale. I mean, you're... well, you're not that old. I know people who are... Well, you and me both know people who are a lot older than you. We both know people that are old enough that they remember when the stars were young. I mean, what? No! Okay, Fellowship of the Void. We need just a little bit more. Do I have anything in here I can get rid of? Not really. Okay. Okay, Coronis Expanse map. And we're going to push on into Rykad Minoris. Now, if I remember correctly, we're going to get... Yep, this is where we're going to get interrupted. Lord Captain, there is some commotion. Heretical Nerd is a babby. I am not that... Okay. Compared to probably everyone watching this stream, I'm fairly young, but I'm not that young. I'm nearly 21, damn it. Okay. Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are... Hey! Once again, I'm not that young, damn it. Where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck. Babby with facial hair. I'm not that young, okay? I feel old. I identify as old, damn it. At least that's what my hips tell me, because they pop every time I try to do squats.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
I see you are fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and
she has boob plate.
Enrapturing.
I can be childish at times. Okay. Continue.
Uruk 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Wow, you are young, Natty. That's like being 50 as a man. So, nah, you're fine. The events that took place on Uruk 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Now that could be interpreted in a whole lot of different ways, but sure, let's just go with that. I hope that you have had ample time to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior in your question just now insulting.
Okay. Calm down, Snowflake. Your only attendant is your valet from Uruk 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards?
No. It is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Just because some... Grizzled Entertainment. Just because some of us were around when the Atari 2600 was brand new in some stores. Does not mean we are old. The gray hairs say that for us. LOL! Well, I'm older than that, but not by much. Arid Hail Red Phelan. True. Who is the God Emperor? I will get into that in just a second. Perception test succeeded. Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising, then, that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks.
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I.
Oh, absolutely.
I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself. Please forgive me.
I will not make her walk the plank, Grizzled.
Myself right now.
We kind of need her so that the ship doesn't get eaten by demons or
life on the station.
Look, I don't like the idea of tentacles coming out of every hole. That's just not a very that's an unpleasant experience, and I'd rather avoid it.
So, why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness?
You will now receive the Fist of Fury. Prepare the long rubber glove.
Quite literally.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities.
Yes, it is, because I am
Just
rich.
Imagine the things that await beyond, but my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
No, thankfully it is not part of the game, Natty. Oh, that would be an awkward way to talk to a navigator.
Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
Perhaps my people did not wish to disturb you.
Because my presence offends them. Then I must take my leave as well.
Look, hon, you got claws and a third eye. You're a little bit creepy.
Ritual and prepare the chamber for the upcoming warp jump. Thank you for your company.
Yes, Grizzled. Very much so. Yeah, I don't like the idea of getting Slaneshi fondlement of anything. That would be bad. That would be very bad. And gills. She does have gills. I did fail to mention the gills. The gills are a little bit creepy and weird. Which also begs some questions about what the hell ancient humanity was doing. Natty, back to your question. What is the Emperor? Or who is the Emperor? In older lore, possibly he was a disciple of Jesus. In newer lore, he possibly was Jesus. He's also possibly Cain. In fact, he's probably Cain. Or the character who Cain is based upon. He's the first murderer, potentially. But that's all new lore, and Horus Heresy lore is mixed. The God Emperor is a figure who appeared after the Age of Strife, which was basically when humanity got mega turbo screwed over by a lot of different forces. And he appeared on ancient Terra, became a warlord who guided humanity into the new era. And thanks to him, humanity spread out across the stars again from Terra. Under his command, he is the creator of the Space Marines, the Primarchs, I should explain the Space Marines and Primarchs for a second. So the Emperor realized that he couldn't run everything by himself, and his old buddies, he's an immortal, so he had other old immortal friends called the Perpetuals, who were going to help him in his mission to restore humanity to primacy in the galaxy. And well, I'm gonna keep the automatic lasgun, and we're gonna switch the scrappy autogun out for a shotty. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am a man of wealth and taste. Indeed, Aerodale. And the Emperor basically... Ooh, those are good. We'll give her those. And... Oh, okay. Those will work. And a lot of his old immortal buddies didn't agree with him as in unkillable or as in forever young. Not biologically immortal. So the Emperor is a perpetual, or he's partially a perpetual anyway. Perpetuals are immortal as in you can kill them, but they come back. So yeah, they're kind of busted. You can kill a perpetual, but generally, unless you kill them with very special weaponry, like, for example, I believe it's the Anathema or a shard of basically the Emperor's soul, you can't kill them permanently. But they are immortal in basically the truest sense of the word. They're not only biologically immortal, as in they're eternally youthful, that depends. They eternally appear at whatever age they want. Depending upon the perpetual. Certain perpetuals are different. Like Malkador looks like an old dude, which may just be the way his perpetual gifts work out. The Emperor can look like anything. Death is more of an annoyance to them, is basically the correct way to think about it. Red Phelan is absolutely correct there. The Emperor is a psyker, so he is this world's equivalent of a mage. And he is a very powerful mage. They have a weird sort of reincarnation. Yeah, reincarnation without a lot of the inconveniences. But there is a danger in that. They can be killed by, for example, demons or creatures more powerful than they are. That's mostly stuff like Catan shards, that kind of thing. Also, the Emperor is St. George, because the legend of St. George and the Dragon, yeah, that dragon, that was a star god shard that landed on Earth that the Emperor went and killed, and then, well, didn't kill, but shackled and then flew to Mars and then locked within the core of the planet. Yes, it is every bit as metal as that sentence sounds. But the Emperor is sort of this... Oh, I forgot about this. We're about to get one of the more fun characters in this game. I'll read this in a second. The Emperor is very mysterious. No one knows his true origins, not even most of the Perpetuals that were around at the same time as him. So, got off on the Perpetual stint to get off on the Primarch rant. So Primarchs were what happened when a lot of his Perpetual friends decided that, this shit, we're out. This dude is crazy. There's no way his plan is going to work. What that plan is, we're not exactly told. I could get into the whole Dark King thing, but I'm not going to do that here right now. We'll do that at some later video, some later stream when we have a lot more of the groundwork laid. Basically, the Primarchs were the Emperor's solution to that. They were creatures, they're humanoids, created with his genetic makeup and the genetic makeup of another Perpetual named Erda. And some other things, possibly some warp power. There's a theory that they have warp god souls shoved into their mortal, their warp god souls shoved into a mortal frame. That's one of the theories. Or they're just a lot of warp power shoved into a mortal frame. But Primarchs are immortal in the sense that they are biologically immortal. To an extent. There are some things about them that implies in the lore that even after death, if the Emperor was given enough time and resources, he could bring them back, which is interesting. And also, there's the whole thing with the perfect clone of Fulgrim, which I won't get into here. But, the Emperor creates these Primarchs, and there are 20-something of them. And they're all basically his generals. They're all aspects of the Emperor. Fulgrim was his love of perfection. Guilliman is his analytical nature. The Lion is his nobility, and basically, like, all of the martial virtues of the Emperor, the Lion has. I do too, Natty. I could go off probably for the next couple of hours, but I'm trying to be as brief as possible so we don't just evolve into me spurging about lore for hours on end. Then there's characters like Corvus Corax, which is the Emperor's... Corvus is a lot of things. He's the Emperor's stubbornness, he's the Emperor's ability to be stealthy. You have Jagged-Eye Khan, which is the Emperor's love of freedom, which Corvus kind of embodies too, because they're not all singular. They're not all singular aspects of the Emperor. They have different aspects they embody better than the others, but they all have, to a large extent, him. If you get what I'm saying, they have all the Emperor's aspects, but one or more of those aspects is magnified over the others. They were the progenitors of the Space Marines, and the Space Marines are bioengineered super soldiers created with both physical augmentations using technology and gene seed, which comes from their Primarch. Basically, they're super soldiers. In their purest form, they are super soldiers. At a distant point in the past, 10,000 years before the current setting, although it's actually 11,000 now that we're in M42, but we won't go into that now. There was an event known as the Horus Heresy. The Horus Heresy is where one of the Emperor's Primarchs, Horus Lupercal, decided that he wanted to sell his soul to the gods of the warp, and he proceeded to commit a little bit of a civil war, and he took half the Primarchs that remained to his side, and they proceeded to wage a war against the Imperium. At the end of that war, the Emperor was crippled, consigned to the Golden Throne, and locked up on Terra. The Space Marine legions were shattered into basically companies so that they couldn't be into chapters, so that they couldn't be a major threat to the Imperium, because Guilliman was afraid that if they were allowed to remain completely unchecked, that they might try and pull a Horus Heresy again, for reasons, and they were scattered across the Imperium. Throughout the millennia since then, the Primarchs have become lost or scattered. Until M41, in which Guilliman was revived, and there's a bunch of other things going on. The Traitor Primarchs are all... Did we lose any Traitor Primarchs? No, they're all still around. In one form or another. They're now called Demon Primarchs because they've sold their soul to Chaos. Souls to Chaos. And they're a constant thorn in the side of the Imperium. And that's basically Space Marines and the Primarchs, in an extremely brief and tangent-y rant. But yeah, that's the Emperor, Space Marines, and Primarchs. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Members of a sacred cult operating aboard the ship have requested an audience. They wish to present gifts and introduce themselves to their new captain. I am ready to receive them. I will commence preparations at once, Lord Captain. And here is where we get, here's where we get a very interesting character who will be joining our retinue. She's odd. And these people are literally murder hobos. Yes and no, Nanny. Aaron Hill. What Aaron Hill said. Yay, my own little cult of murder hobos. Yeah, the Emperor's not a big fan of aliens at all. Though he was basically psychic pen pals with old Eldred Ulthron. He was an Eldari Farseer, and it's a long story. Those on the deck watch in awe as the final figure moves gracefully into a ceremonial pose. Some of the officers whisper in excitement, while others murmur prayers to the God Emperor. Continue.
The Undying Emperor commanded us to spin a web of blood around his children, and we obeyed. We obey still.
They fall silent as a tall young woman steps forward. She moves toward you soundlessly, the dim light casting shadows across the mask which conceals her face. The masked cultist repeats the words in a mournful whisper. We obey still.
Domin
Kibbles indeed!
Valancius, death has whispered your name. We disown Domin Theodora. We renounce our oath to her.
She pulls... The woman's slender finger has been fitted with a metal claw. She points it in your direction and gazes at you from behind her bone mask with the cold gaze of the grim eyes of an assassin. She pulls out a sinister curved blade, and similar weapons suddenly appear in the hands of her motionless companions.
And now we give the gift of our blood to you. It is the gift of death. Death has whispered your name. The followers of the tenets of the web swear fealty to their new overlord and offer proof of their devotion.
Their blades sing through the air, and rivulets of crimson flow onto the deck. The young woman bows her head reverently as she hands you a heavy parcel. The others bow their heads as well. They seem unconcerned by the blood that trickles down their fingers. Very much ow, Natty.
We give you a blade, the silent verdict. The Undying One has chosen you to wield this instrument of death. We give you one of our own, Kibella. She will be your shield and shadow. And we give you the blood of these traitors. The tenets of the web will purify their souls.
Items received silent verdict. 17 to 20. I think that's the highest damage weapon we've got so far. Bring the big mop. Yep. Blade Dancers. Correct, Arid Hale. Lore Imperium test succeeded. You have heard many stories about death cults such as this one. These devoted holy assassins of the Imperium have turned death into a form of worship of the Emperor. They are exemplary slayers, invisible executioners, and the scourge of traitors, heretics, and fallen souls. Many righteous people honor them as votaries of the faith, while others see their fearsome rituals as frenzied spectacles touched by madness. Or heresy. Examine the cultists. The cultists are all voidborn. Their lithe, sinewy bodies are clad in light armor, which allows them to move with an acrobat's nimble grace and strike with an assassin's swift surety. Their red and black vestments are adorned with sharp spikes and ritual jewelry. Now, who do we know of whose primary colors are red and black? I'm sure it's not important. Never mind. Where time and training have worn their garments threadbare, you can make out patterns of bleeding lacerations. Examine the captives. The prisoners cower beneath the weight of your gaze. Blood drips down the tear-stained faces of the captured officers, technomats, and workers. A word has been carved into each of their foreheads with meticulous precision. Traitor, heretic, apostate, renegade. The cuts have been diligently and regularly reopened to prevent healing. Very pleasant.
These renegades committed treachery against their domin. Their lips once praised the name of Kunrad Voigtfear, but it is your name they will whisper as they cross over to the other side.
I probably shouldn't wave over that. That is a spoiler for later.
The domin has discerned our essence. This is a great honor for the blood-spun web. We have woven the bays of this ship together with the threads of our faith for many years.
Hey, Arid Hale, no spoilers.
We keep the greatest relic, his tarot, through which he sends us his blessed revelations. We obey the whispers of the Undying One. This is our service to him. This is our service to you.
Devout assassins who believe themselves to be instruments of a higher power. They revel in violence and cannot tell the difference between bloodthirst and piety. They follow their faith blindly, unaware of how closely they tread to corruption and depravity. Look at them. They stand on the edge of a precipice. The smallest push will send them plummeting into the abyss. You could be their downfall. All you have to do is push.
No. Their main base is the Corn Hub. That's all I know, and that's like having negative Yeah, no, no creepy voice in my head. That is not going to happen. Tell me about yourself, Kibla. Are you the leader of the Bloodspun Web, or its herald, or its servant?
I am the second spinner of the Bloodspun Web. The honor of this title is bestowed only upon those who have ushered more souls than... It is shameful to speak of one's own deeds. I'm here to become your shadow, not to make boasts.
What exactly does a cult like the Bloodspun Web do?
The tenets of the web teach us to read the threads of the future and understand the hearts of others. When a soul is filled with the poison of corruption, we know its time has come. We bring liberation. 3 strikes, 3 rebukes, 1 blade. This is how we serve the Undying One. This is how we serve you and your flagship. But there are others, the virtuous martyrs who contravene his design without realizing it. Those who have come too close to faltering or committing an apostasy, but have not erred yet. We present such souls to the Undying One.
8 is the number. Hey, Ben. No summoning the 4 powers here, thank you very much. And please, good sir. Instead of helping those who soon stumble, you offer them death.
We follow his design. We claim those marked by his omens. We submit to his will. How could it be otherwise?
We are not following the Eightfold Path tonight or any other night. I disapprove of your practices, but I am not going to ban them for now. Let it henceforth be known that the Bloodstone Web is forbidden from killing without my permission. Nod curtly, I find that acceptable. We're not going with anything heretical tonight, chat, because, yeah, we're not doing a heretical playthrough. I do not want to be fondled by... Yeah, no, not happening. I will be doing the fondling, I will not be getting fondled. Okay, I find that acceptable. Why have you brought this rabble to the upper decks?
So you may offer the souls of these traitors as a gift to him.
Yeah, there will be no blood sacrifices, sweetheart.
You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together through him. For the God Emperor, the Undying One is death itself. The Undying One is duty itself. Give the order, Domin. Let a spinner of the Bloodspun Web undergo the test of a sacred trial.
I will judge the traitors myself.
Then, I will tell you of the treacherous blood that runs through their veins.
Okay. Murder hobo cults are always so much fun, no matter what series they're in, they're always interesting. These wretched apostates were caught trying to sabotage the reactor. They are guilty of treason. captive heretic. I swear we were not about to sabotage. A woman in a tattered protective suit pushes forward in protest, but her movement is halted by the thin cord wrapped around her neck. You notice that all the captives have been similarly restrained. The woman clutches her throat as a thin line of scarlet appears between her fingers. Theft of weapons, sabotage, and the deaths of crew in Bay AL-82. Do you have proof of these charges? Said Enric Montag, or the result of cultic revelations? There is doubt in the Infernus Master's gentle voice. With all due respect, it is difficult to discern the truth of these accusations without evidence. Divine visions and dark portents may be reason enough for you to shed blood, but not everyone here shares your perspective. Clip that. What? Huh? What'd you clip? Huh? Enough, Enric, good Jocasta Sourback says. The Lord Captain will decide the truth of these claims for himself. What did the accused have to say in their defense? The cords around the prisoners' necks are loosened just enough to let them speak. Have mercy, we're just tunnel workers. We were told to block the ventilation shaft leading into the reactor room. Fume leakage, supposedly. We didn't know we were doing anything wrong, we were just following orders. And as for why we were holding weapons, that was, well, you know. The woman scratches her cheek nervously. She's lying, an injured officer scowls angrily. They smeared blood on themselves and crawled out of the tunnel wailing, "Oh no, the ship's been attacked. There are enemies everywhere. Defend the bay." We rushed off to investigate, and they used their cutters to break into the weapons storage at our guard station. They stole guns and headed straight for the reactor room. Bone and sinew revealed your hubris. You abandoned vigilance for the promise of glory. You did not give weapons to the traitors, but you left your post to seek a hero's path. Though you did not act with treasonous intent, you are complicit nonetheless. The officer and his subordinates are to be demoted without the right to reinstatement. The officer and his subordinates are to be demoted without the right to reinstatement. And I shall spare the lives of the workers, for their guilt is unproven. Let them labor on the ship, but under the supervision of the enforcers. I'm a very merciful dude, most of the time. I could not honor you by ushering the souls of those traitors to the other side. This troubles me, for I wish to serve you as the sword serves its master. Will you make me your shield and shadow, Domin Drake? Hi, Factotum Genaris Danrock. Your lordships, the spinners of the blood-spun web, were watching, tracking, and killing von Valencia's enemies long before the warrant of trade passed to Lady Theodora. However, their blade has been known to cut short the lives of highly upstanding persons. The factotum swallows nervously, casting a fleeting glance at Cabela. But I certainly do not in any way condemn the deeds of the deeply esteemed cult. I'm sure they must have had good reason. Continue. Jocasta Sourback, a stern-looking woman, clears her throat. The cultists are the scourge of the seditious. They bring their unrighteous to ruin. The enforcers respect the blood-spun web, for we share a common goal, to bring his light and his harsh justice to the darkest depths of this ship. Enric Montag. Yeah, buddy. I don't like you, and we'll get into the reasons why I don't like you probably quite a few streams down from this one. Scourge of the seditious or not, folk are afraid of them, for a reason. A couple of watches ago, these spinners took a train driver to pieces for some kind of ritual. I don't know what old Malak did to earn that privilege, though, and who's going to feed his family now? But that's a lower decker problem. What matters is that the bloodspun web serves you faithfully, Lord Captain. You shall be my shadow, Cabela. Alright, there we go. Why are you sweating, Generis? Well, let's just say he has reasons. Not to mention, well, he's probably sweating anyway, because he's a rather portly fellow. Henceforth, I am your shadow, Domin Drake von Valencius, an instrument of death placed in your hand by the Undying One, for so it was ordained, and so his tarot forspoke. The young woman bows her head once more. I am also come bearing an invitation from the Vizier of the Bloodspun Web. He wishes you to know that the doors to the Undying One's temple are open to you. Are you suggesting that the Lord Captain should go down into the depths of the flagship to search for this temple? With all due respect, the lower decks are for servants and crew. They are not a fitting place for his lordship. Why is the Vizier not delivering the message himself? The first spinner is old. His abode is in the temple beneath the flagship's freight line, and he has not... pardon me. And he has not left the lower decks in decades. Even a short journey could sunder the spirit from his ancient body. Where is your temple located? I am not permitted to say. If you wish to find the temple, you must walk the path of Saint Irene, the matriarch spider. Bit on the nose there, GW. Hers was the thread that would become the bloodspin web. Perhaps one day I shall grant you that favor. Okay. The blade awaits instructions, Dom and Drake. We will speak again when the time is right. He does appear to be a non-mutant, so that tracks. I put the clip in the Discord. Good soundbite. Oh God. I'm in danger. Okay. All right. All right, I get it. Yep, we're not going anywhere else. We need to land. We need to land. And I need to... I forgot about how much just random shit you get in the... Yep. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. Vigdis pauses as if listening to something. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Wazarian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. I forgot about just how much random shit they throw you in this first chapter. I am the internet, and the internet never forgets. Don't say that, that's scary. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Abelard's voice the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, you lieutenant. Words. Avrella Vent, the young woman standing before Abelard, strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to speak. Manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Continue. Very well, Lieutenant, you may address the Lord Captain. Not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence towards a high-ranking officer will be logged in your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avrella Vent, requesting permission to speak. Vent falls silent and then adds rashly, on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. You may speak, but I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. Having two officers bickering in full view of the bridge is unacceptable. Oh, hello, Barbara Streisand. How's it going? Once again, don't say that. That's scary, Aridale. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary, but I am convinced that this step is unwarranted and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Vent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. He glances at Sourback, not far from him, but she maintains a stony expression. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Rosarian and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or massacre on our hands. There is an insurrection in the making aboard my ship, and no one has informed me. I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we were still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Abelard scoffs. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. Continue. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the Lord Trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell the unrest, Avrilla Vint says with fucking retardation in her voice. Abelard, I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you will ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mesh room. I have already given you the means to resolve the problem. You simply need to use them. How did this all start? The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the train, immediately arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. Where does Seneschal Wazarian come into all of this? I shall explain, Abelard intones grimly. I beg you to hurry, time is running out. I will not hurry. Since my competence is under scrutiny, I shall speak for as long as I see fit. This is an established order. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal matters myself. So, of course, when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valenciennes will find refuge on her ship. Abelard, what have you to say all of this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. Where is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors on the lower decks. It is home to... oh god, I just love it. Clans of general laborers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served its specialized systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one which is now, more besides, giving succor to cultists and minions of the archenemy. Depot 4 is poor but troubled, but at worst, that means drunken fights and illegal rotgut brewing. We have handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again if the crackdowns on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. And another important point to bear in mind is that the problem is not limited to the sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect of all of the neighboring sectors. Avrilla Vint replies, once again retardedly. I am certain that the Seneschal was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of his decisions myself. I have not played this quest before because usually I just be like, fuck it, it's not worth my time. Abelard, you handle it. So, we're gonna go run and do murder hobo-y things. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Jocasta Sarback, Lord Captain, I regret that the enforcers were unable to handle the situations, which then led to your and the Seneschal's involvement. I consider it my duty to go to Depot 4 myself and see to the expedient resolution of this incident. Okay. Dear God.
I call my wife Bambi. She think is because she is cute with her brown eyes. Little did she know, I want someone to shoot her mother with a rifle.
Okay then, bend over. Quest Monkey Abelard. Yes, Quest Monkey Abelard. Okay, what do we got here? Oh god. Did they just throw shit at him? I think they just threw shit at him. Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startlingly human gesture, a telling one, a rare moment where he allows his age and weariness to show through his armor of self-assurance. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. People dared to disrespect a senior officer. They would not have had the chance to express such disrespect if we were not here, and if the situation had been dealt with by the relevant junior officers, Abelard grimaces. It is a junior officer's worst failing to pass problems up the chain of command. I would never have been able to abide it. I shall say it again. It was a mistake to come here on Lieutenant Dent's whim, Lord Captain. Probably. Probably, my dude. Let's keep moving. We need to get to the bottom of all this. I must admit that the lieutenant is by no means the worst material for an officer, Abelard adds peevishly, but in the name of Terra, the girl is the same age as my eldest great-granddaughter, and she has the gall to tell me how to manage the lower decks and hunt down cultists. It'll be over 20 years at least before she can be trusted to act without oversight. Yep. Useful people probably do a lot of very dumb things, but we'll get to the bottom of all this stupidity. Okay. Let's see, what do we got? Okay, we got nothing but there, just standing bullshit. I need loot. Loot!
Say a little bit of humility never hurt anyone.
Actually, wait a second.
I help others better themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
Harsh, but fair. Oh, I love this character. Okay. Smart, base skill. Melta weapon, Drukari weapon. Plasma weapon, swift movements. Swift movements, because her movement speed starts out kinda shit. Weapon skill, there we go. Acrobatic artistry. Athletics. God, I needed to level her. Also, we should probably make sure that we check everyone's inventory. Okay, Argenta has armored body glove. We're gonna make her slightly more tanky because I don't want to have to keep rezzing her. You're gonna get a different gun.
Do not dare ask.
Oh, come on. Okay. Fine. Can I at least give you a sword? I can give you a sword. Good. Specifications in descending order. Okay. I don't like that. Cabela, I'm gonna give you the great sword to slap over your back. Good God, that sword is nearly bigger than she is. That is some Final Fantasy proportions right there, man. And let's give you a ranged option.
I cannot.
You can't carry ranged weapons. Of course, you are useless. Dear God. Okay. Can she carry an auto pistol? She can carry an auto pistol. Yay. Grenades. Gonna throw her one of those. Oh, she gets healing. Thank God. And okay, we're good.
Victory awaits.
Let's see, is there anything to loot in
We should deal with this.
Danger can be seen beyond the bars. Perhaps examining the pipe. Pipe.
I guide humanity between...
Did I mention that?
We must act. None shall stand in my way.
What do we got over here? Death of the Emperor is mild cold to us. Yes, well... Okay. Why? Apple. I don't see any prompts appearing. We've got that prompt.
Follow my lead.
I don't have any interactions with anything in there. That's a problem. seriously, if you like really deep lore, Natty, 40K will drag you in and not let you out for the rest of your life. It's one of those settings. And even though I know a little bit, I'm still learning constantly. Let's talk to Dummy up here.
I still do not see our purpose in coming here.
Relax, old man. Going for a stroll on the lower decks every once in a while is good for you. Lets you see how the simple folk live.
Please shut up, Adira. God, I hate her. She's one of my least favorite characters in this game. Just completely obnoxious.
A new challenge for me.
Okay, here's retard. The sound of a heated discussion reverberates through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Aurelia Vint of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of her superior, Master-at-Arms Jocasta Sourback, who has arrived clad in armor. Judging by their expressions and tones, the standoff has dragged on for some time already and has now reached boiling point. Catfight! Lieutenant Vint, my patience is wearing thin. I have given you an order, now get out of my way. It's just not an easy thing to do. Fun, but not easy to write an expansive history. Dude, that is completely true. Like, I will say, 40K, as far as, like, doing that, now they've had 30-something years. Pretty sure 40K is nearly as old as Arid Hail, so 30-some-odd years. It's had a lot of time to build up a lot of lore. So you've got lore that is just... you have a lore world that is so expansive you'll never reach the bottom of it, basically. Aurelia Vint. I cannot comply with that order, ma'am. Vint looks shaken, but there is fire in her eyes. This is my deck and my sector. So long as this area remains under the Lord Captain's special oversight, no action can be taken without my express permission. There are only 3 people who are authorized to make me stand down. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons fall on deaf ears, Abelard mutters in crabby approval. He does not clarify whether he meant Vint, Sourbeck looming over her, or both. What's the situation? Your lordship, my people have locked down the bay, where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as resources allow. Under control, Lieutenant? I came here to lead an investigative unit, and what do I see? The rabble is on the verge of mutiny. There is nothing to investigate. This simply calls for immediate repression and firing squads, and you, Vint, are a step away from facing charges yourself. We encountered some locals on our way here. Their conduct was outrageous. They even tried to throw things at us. Vint's gaze is full of worry and regret. The people are getting desperate, clearly. They saw the assault unit, and they decided they had nothing left to lose. I mean, I apologize, Lord Captain. It is outrageous. I'm sure the people simply didn't recognize you. It wouldn't have occurred otherwise. We will deal with them once the current situation is resolved. Is that all you have to say? Are you sure you're worthy of an officer's rank, Lieutenant Vint? For a split second, Vint freezes in fear, but she pulls herself together. Straightens and clips out. Forgive me, Lord Captain. I will take steps to ensure such things does not happen again. I want to speak with strikers. Abelard's mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. Hope gleams in Lieutenant Vint's eyes. Yeah, nothing is under control here. She is a complete freaking moron. And the reason that is what I've just done is the wrong decision. I should probably just allow them to start shooting people. But we're gonna see about what happens here, because I'm curious. A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the barely discernible to the strange to the outright grotesque. No, they have the good graces to bow. Yeah, she is, Natty. Quite the boob. And I'm not just talking about her armor. Rivet. A whisper passes through the crowd, and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain, you have come down to us. We were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that? Here's an explanation for you. The people have been pushed to their limit, and they're lashing out, as if they don't know why these top deck units are being sent down here. Like that one there that the lieutenant won't let past, old Nan says. Dear God. Stagger. Our clans are all inside the bay that it's been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm sure that there are some people who would have just about had enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've risen up. A death squad has just arrived. It's no wonder folks are lashing out. Awareness test succeeded. Their words seem sincere to you. Their body language and their glances traded between them reveal that the news of the attack has shocked them. Tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking? Striking? That's news to us, your lordship. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Continue. Shut up, Rivet, old Nan says, snaps the old woman, who turns her hostile dark eyes on you. Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They're saying that they're looking for cultists. One wrong word, and they're reaching for their batons. They want to punish someone, then they turn off the heating to a whole bay for a week at a time, so we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of these enforcers. The old woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spittle with the toe of her worn-out shoe. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem prayer and makes a sign over herself, which is probably going to be the Aquila, since she is a super religious member of our retinue. It's all true. Vent is the only enforcer who's stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidships and has no fellow feelings toward us. The grim man with a scarred face throws up his arms. Your lordship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers, your servants. We've plotted no disorder. We went on strike openly. And now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace without being harassed. The persecution started apropos of nothing, you say. I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet and that there are heretics hiding here. A cultist amulet? What's that? The G-Jaw they found on the dead drunkard? If it was something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said that they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. Definitely not, Rivet says. And if there were, we would be the first to report them. As for this amulet, or whatever it was, they took it off of a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when the fight broke out, some enterprising folk looted the bodies, the boots they came back with. Nobody's ever tread these decks in boots so fine, I can tell you that. Seems to me the cultists have better commanders than us. Commandeers than us. Oh yeah, the boots were really fine, and there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know better. We don't need any amulets down here. We all worship the Emperor, and when we're working, we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers, and the servo motor. The same way, my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your lordship, we are people of faith. Yeah, the kids dying is kind of sucky. However... Naive children, weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the arch-enemy's creations, Argentia says, with piety in her voice. Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? I am also a suspicious person, Natty. I don't, There is sussery afoot. We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector was just after I'd had my 3rd little one, old Nan said. That is regrettable, but you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when your beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father was not here, or the scavenger who brought evil down on himself and his neighbors. Abelard, do you have anything to add? I authorize the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos Worshippers hiding in this sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Abelard frowns, clearly disgruntled at having to explain himself in the workers' presence. Nevertheless, I am certain their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. They are the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. Sourback, was it really necessary to torture these people with cold? The rabble understands only one language, Lord Captain, that is of violence. As per regulations, should the laborers persist in their unwillingness to cooperate, the next step is to limit air supply and cut off water, which is almost certain to restore order. The peasants can grumble all they want, but in the end, they are the source of their own misery. All they have to do is bow their heads and fall in line, and the need for punitive measures will disappear. What changes do you want? Would you look at this? The exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us bilge-rats what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damned enforcers, to quit turning off the heat, and to stop battering everything that moves. Now, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms, and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves. If these cultists... Aye! Give us arms and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. Steger, you've gone too far, old man. They'll never let the maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They'll probably even insist on the enforcers on the upper decks, too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting the neighbor out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultists' bodies, and we'll talk to them, one lower decker to another. If there are any more of those damn amulets about, we'll hand them to the enforcers ourselves. That's more reasonable. You speak for yourselves in your clan, and I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want any empty gestures. I want real change. They'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns his back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before, all because we dared to speak out. Yeah, the whole wanting guns thing. That's mutinous right there. And dangerous. Coercion. 100%. Ooh. Spreading anarchy. Thoughts Abelard. Master at Arms. We're gonna go with Thoughts Abelard. The story about scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up heretical amulets doesn't convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling and possibly becoming minions of the archenemy. We must not give them what they want. Even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity, that does not mean they are not tainted with corruption. Master at Arms, where do you stand? Give the rabble a grox and they'll take an agri world, Lord Captain. They only understand brute force and will interpret any concession as a sign of weakness. Giving them weapons and recalling the enforcers would be folly. It would be only a matter of time before we had a full-scale mutiny on our hands. Absolutely. I think we're going to go with coercion. Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step towards embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to remain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands and we will consider the rest. Coercion test succeeded. The tall worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old woman. Old Nan, listen. The Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions, and I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who has ever stood next to the rogue trader, let alone talk to him. Back down, now. Now's no time for you to be a stubborn old crone. Steger, listen to us, old man. The 3 stages of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me, is that it? So brave you are against an old woman, but I'll shut up, I will indeed. I won't go against 2 clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. That's just great, Lord Captain, we're all agreed. I'm so... I am a man of my word. Then it's decided. The persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your lordship, thank you. You have not abandoned... ow. Oh, there goes the profit factor. Damn it. We'll get it back. Your lordship, thank you. You have not abandoned us, lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Profit factor lost too. Yeah. Of course, your lordships will root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers and will leave no stone unturned. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here. Wait, hold on. Hold up. Is there any loot in here? Because if I can make up any losses, I absolutely will.
Nothing escapes my sight.
I rise to the occasion.
Profit factor. Profit factor is basically the amount of shit we can buy. Natty. Ooh. Okay. Perhaps turning a different valve will work.
Victory awaits.
Profit factor allows us to buy different things. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. There's gotta be. Perhaps turning a different valve. A different valve. Now what valve? I don't see any valves.
It's about time.
And the thing is, you have to think about this from a stance of being in-universe. Did that do anything? Did it do what we... Oh! Wait a minute. Goods. Loot. So yeah, profit factor is the amount of stuff you can buy with your... It's basically, as long as you have enough profit factor, you can basically just requisition whatever items you so desire.
Stand in my way.
Losing 2 profit factor is an ouch. It's a serious ouchie. I'm not thrilled with losing that, but it's not too bad either. And it's not bad enough that we need to save scum either. Let's see. It's not bad enough that we need to be too worried about things. Get you a profit band-aid. Well, what we'll do next is we're gonna be going around different places, collecting various and sundry, and we'll probably make our profit factor that we've lost back relatively quickly. It's not that bad of a loss. It's annoying, don't get me wrong. Okay. Perhaps turning a different valve will work. Different valve. There are different. So not that one. We want to hit... Okay, there's one... There's another one in...
A new challenge for me?
Here. Where was the one I saw in here? Okay. Maybe that one? We'll probably make that back relatively quickly if we do things correctly. Okay. I'm not going to spend too much time on this puzzle here, but I do want to spend enough time to... Stopping unexpectedly, Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance and addresses your other companions saying, I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Abelard looks at you, and his last vestiges of restraint vanish. Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to the disloyal rabble. You believed their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, that rabble will welcome them in with open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the Von Valencius Protectorate? I should say so, Abelard heaves a heavy sigh. You simply needed to trust me. I would have handled this situation myself had you not decided to intervene, Abelard says irascibly. Remember, Lord Captain, Lady Theodora, do you ever think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate, as any true strategist and rogue traitor ought. You shut your harlot mouth. Don't worry about it. We're gonna step on him a little bit, but not too hard. He's a good boy. He's just a bulldog. He's a little old, a little grumpy. Not terribly bright all the time, but he's very good at hitting things, so you want to keep him around. Maybe if Theodora had spent more time on trifling matters, she would not have wound up dead. There is a new Lord Captain aboard the ship now, and I will not repeat her mistake. Yeah, that seems like the best option. No, it doesn't. Abelard looks at you stunned and exhales loudly. Then he nods curtly. I commend your decisiveness, but I am uncomfortable with introducing new protocols in the midst of a crisis. And I lost my temper, Lord Captain, and I ought to explain myself. Abelard speaks slowly, the words not coming easily to him. The prosperity of the Von Valencius Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers, and I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concern she had time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire Protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly, everything that had been built over years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hanger on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, what happened without fear of appearing weak, all this has come as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible, and to do that I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. We'll go with this one. We're gonna throw him a bone. We're gonna throw the bulldog a bone. I think. The prosperity of the Von Valencius Protectorate is just as important to me. You are the only person who has comprehensive knowledge of how things run on the ship. I think in future I will follow your recommendations. Throw him a bone. We're gonna be nice to our pet bulldog. He's a good boy. Abelard dips his head in a sign of assent. The shadow of incredible strain, which evidently had been wearing on him for some time, finally lifts from his face. I am glad you see the value in the foundations laid down by your illustrious predecessor. Why fix what isn't broken? As for me, I shall endeavor not to cause you any further consternation, Lord Captain. Okay. Now, please let us leave the lower decks. As the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places. In a moment, Adelblard, I need some things. I need to see if... Okay, we're not gonna worry about that. That's fine.
Tolerate weakness.
That's fine. We're just gonna go. We're gonna go back to the Void Ship's Bridge. Good Abelard. He is a good boy. He's a very good boy. He's a very good little grumpy boy. He is loyal as a hound, but he's just... And he's very huffy. He's very grumpy. He's an old military officer. And occasionally, those types of people just need to be, Where's the loot? My inner raccoon needs it. Oh, we're gonna be picking up plenty soon. Oh, shit. I just realized something. I know where we're going next. Okay, first things first. Now that that is all out of the way, that extremely dialogue-heavy section is out of the way, I'm going to eat this piece of cookie real quick here, and we're going to move over to this one. We are going to be looting rather heavily in this section, because we are going to be killing a lot of people in this section. Oh god, and this is where we get the really funny line of dialogue. This is probably going to be the most comedic thing you hear out of me tonight, chat. Okay.
Victory awaits.
First things first. Yeah, no, go away. First things first. Weapon skill, agility, strength, fellowship. 40, character strength, toughness. Toughness is going to get buffed. Tenacity. It will not die. Bolt weapon expert. Melee weapon specialist. Weapon skill, toughness, agility, strength. I think your clip will be my clip will beat it. Probably. This is gonna be one of the funniest things out of me tonight. Okay, dual weapon combat, characteristics training, weapon skill, perception, melta, melee, las, power, bolt, flame. Wait, he has bolt weapon unlocked already? Let me see, base skill, lore, warp, bolter, weapon proficiency. That's what I was looking for. We can give him a bolter. Tactical knowledge, foreboding. Oh! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Psyker time. We're gonna make it where you can actually blow shit up. Good girl. Good girl. You're annoying as hell in any form of conversation, but we're gonna make it where you can make people light on fire. Okay, agility, strength. Strength, because she does not have power armor unlocked. Base skill, athletics. Bolt weapon expert. Chain weapon expert. Dueling mastery. Flame weapon expert. Heavy weapon proficiency. Melta weapon proficiency. Plasma weapon proficiency. Power weapon. Plasma weapon. Get her to be able to use plasma would be very good. Held in my gaze. That's a really, really handy one. I don't think I can get the... Yeah, held in my gaze we'll have to do for now. Okay, next one. We're gonna scroll down to... Dueling weapon, flame weapon proficiency. It will not die. Give her that. Weapon skill. Buff that. Hard. Paid in blood. Hopefully you all can't hear the rain pouring down outside, because it is coming down out there. Hard. Melee, 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 melee. Dual weapon combat. There we go. Okay. There we go. Pilot Raquel.
What is that?
Not my problem right now. Okay. Sorry about that, Jet. The pale young woman looks at you with a mixture of hope and disbelief, swirling in her eyes. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. Coughing right there made me realize just how much water I've been drinking. And, yeah, I needed to go bleed the lizard badly. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back. Ah. The pale young woman looks at you with a mixture of hope and disbelief swirling in her eyes. You notice her hands trembling as she clutches her weapons. Who are you? Do you come from the planet? Are you reinforcements? Saint's teeth, I never thought you'd come. Abelard, teach this riffraff the proper way of addressing her sovereign. Second one. I am rogue trader Von Valencius. Now introduce yourself. At once, sir. Pilot Raquel says, Captain Raquel Vicari, servant of House Winterscale and pilot of this shuttle. It is an honor to be greeting His Lordship Von Valencius. 4. I am looking for a man by the name of Henrik von Kalox. Is he here, perhaps? Unless it's one of the prisoners or a... Yeah, that's just you two being retarded. Okay, we're good. We're good, chat. We're good. It's like bitrate problems. Arid Hale, just, or Natty, anyone who's down there in chat, just tell me if you're seeing any issues. Is there any stuttering? Unless it's one of the prisoners or the guards, then it seems unlikely. There are no shuttles in working order other than yours and mine. There is nothing anyone else could have used to reach this place. I have no time for long-winded talks. Brief me on the situation ahead and do be concise. Reporting. There's been a prison riot on the planetoid, led by the prison warden himself. My lord Evane Winterscale, son of rogue trader Caligus Winterscale, went to parley with him. The warden himself is spearheading the riot. Why would young Winterscale have felt the need to party with the dissidents? Is there anything else I should be appraised of before I set out? Why would young Winterscale have felt the need to parley with the dissidents? You think it looks fine? Thank you, Natty. It's a personal matter. Master Castigula, the seditionist warden, is Lord Evane's childhood friend. When my lord heard of the riot, the news saddened him greatly, and so he rushed here without delay in hopes of bringing his old friend to his senses, no doubt. The first Winterscale in my memory, who prefers to talk first rather than shoot and slash, Abelard says. probably in his typical pompous tone. Pilot Recoil smiles faintly. Young Lord Winterscale is not his father's shadow. If he is determined to save his friend, he won't go back down. I pray he won't back down. I pray to the throne that he is alive and well. He's been gone for such a long time, and I really don't like this place. Cassia frowns in confusion. Theobald executed his wife and only son on the mere suspicion of treason against House Orselio. So why did the noble Yvain rush to save someone who had betrayed his house? Do bonds of friendship give one the right to make inexcusable mistakes? Occasionally, yes. It depends. There is context required in such situations, as in all things in life. Context is key. How big and how bad is the boo-boo? Is it an, oh crap boo-boo, or is it an, oh shit, we're all gonna die boo-boo? If it's the former, usually you can be forgiven, and even some cases in the latter, but context. Is there anything else I should be appraised of before I set out? Some of the rebels have holed themselves up in the barracks. I do not know how many, but given this is the only way through to where the negotiations are taking place, I wouldn't expect heavy resistance. Please take caution, your lordship. Lord Winterscale's guards mind the entrance so that the rebels couldn't get to the shovel. I have no more questions. You may excuse yourself, pilot. Lordship, if I may have a minute of your time, I wouldn't have dared to trouble you with a personal matter, but this situation, in any case, have you been to the capital of Rykad Minoris yet? I wanted to ask if you saw a man there, a communications officer by the name of Jaspar. What is your relationship with this man? We are engaged, your lordship, she declares somewhat bashfully. I have not yet been to Rykad Minoris and know nothing of this officer's fate. That's a shame. May the Emperor keep the fool from harm. Thank you for your time, lordship. She bows. You can tell by the desperation in her eyes that she is exhausted, and... oh, I did it the reverse way, so I'm not going to get that dialogue. Damn it. Okay. Okay, let's get that open. And there's a chaos symbol. Michael Moorcock is whinging in impotent fury right now. And I don't care.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
You created Elric and haven't really done anything too interesting since. Not to mention that I am of the humble and, well,
something of interest.
Perfectly,
Abelard, I've been meaning to ask, how are you keeping it together so well? Don't you ever feel awful without her?
Enough, Tlas. We have a duty to the new rogue trader. You would do well to focus on that. If you keep your mind busy, you will have less opportunity to fill it with awful things.
Son of a bitch. Blowing my nose hurts. Want to commit Sudoku. I believe the word you're looking for is seppuku. Sudoku is,
I tire of idleness. Let's move. Halt. I noticed something.
Oh, crap. Wrong character. Damn it. Okay. You.
The
Come here.
Emperor sets my path.
Forward and around, dummy.
The Emperor favors me today.
Okay, there we go. My nose is itchy.
None
Very
shall
itchy.
stand
I
in
know
my
that's the
way.
joke. Okay. My autism got the better of me. I beg your pardon. Okay, let's, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? God have mercy. Forgive the tism, then. Okay. Right.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
First things first. Kibbles. Kibbles move forth and murder.
As honor ordains.
The music in this game is absolutely great.
The shadows will see it done.
And that's why the Blade Dancer is freaking awesome.
I shall not fail.
There we go. And gone. Okay, shoot him, please.
Your soul be
good.
purged.
course, Force Grenade. I hate those. Okay, I want you to make the mean men explode.
Was it very well?
Ooh, okay, that's enough warp bullshittery for now. Okay, let's switch weapon sets.
Nothing I can't do.
Okay, and then we're gonna switch to las rifle.
Purposes.
You don't stand a chance.
Okay, nimble prisoner. Other weapon set.
Let's get to it.
Follow my lead.
It may just be that it's getting late and I'm getting EP. Okay.
I'm not interested. At your beck and call.
Let's have him switch to shotgun. Dodged that. Back to...
Death to the weak.
Would it be possible for you all to just move a lot closer so I can kill you quicker? Because if you could, that would be absolutely great. Argenta, rush as far forward as possible, and then flamer that man, please. Oh dear.
Strike is a prayer.
Oh.
I'll do it.
First things first. Move over here.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
And... well, he's a lot tougher than he probably should be.
The will of the righteous. Doubt is for the...
He's resistant to fire for some reason. I don't like that at all.
Death comes in silence. Trust me. Blade whispers your name.
Reef. You can take some punishment there, buddy. Well, be that as it may. There we go. There's one down. Okay. You.
Will do.
That's him down. Okay, and... hit him, please.
Too easy.
Target clear. Clear.
A tactically sound approach.
Okay,
Be careful
you.
not to cross my gaze.
You can get hit.
If you insist, you another foe painted.
God, I forgot how good her abilities are. Okay, I love you, Cassia. You're just great. You're just awesome. You know that? Now, speaking of getting back lost profit factor, we need to go over here. There is a lot of looting to be done in this particular building.
Sister Argenta, you are always shrouded in a greenish
Yep, that's
gray
that
mist
right
when
there,
I see
chat.
you.
Is yep,
Is
that's
it me that troubles you, or is it whatever I can see behind it?
That's
My
pleasant.
soul is open to the light and his faithful servants. The rest is merely fleeting frailties that hold no significance.
Yeah, that's nasty. That is a whole lot of people bits.
A new challenge for me?
That is a awful lot of people bits. Okay. I think this is clear. See any more loot in here? That is an awful lot of people bits. Okay. Yeah. Let's just say that the prison warden was getting up to some things that weren't exactly kosher.
Excellence matters.
Okay. There we go. Up. Of course, here we go. Do you really want to do that? There we go. Thank the throne, normal-looking faces. We thought we were going to die here with those nutters. The old man, with a gap-toothed smile, drops his weapon, and holds out his hands in a placating gesture. Please don't shoot us, your nobleness. Let us speak a word. Well, this is a welcome change. Talking before shooting. Still, Lord Captain, the look of this ragtag group hardly inspires trust. Give me a reason not to execute you on the spot. Here's the deal. We're honest, quiet inmates. We don't want to riot. But, well, sitting it out wasn't really an option either. The warden's lapdogs made short work of those who refused to join in the festivities, so we had to, you know, play along. But that's it was, play. We never meant offence to Governor Medna, nor to the lawful authority of House Winterscale. Give us a chance, eh? We'll just want to wait until everything blows over and we can go back to our cells and quietly do the rest of our time. A repentant, honest heretic. How novel. Judging by Abelard's tone, the Seneschal is utterly unimpressed by the old man's ingratiating dialogue. The low-born speech is mottled with colours that conceal his true darker hues. The man has a long history of lies, and he is using his wiles on us as well, but I see no foul corruption or ill intent in his words. Tell me more about the warden and the riot. Pa, why soil your tongue talking about that heretic? But if you insist, here's how it is. The warden of this here prison, the Honourable Master Castigula, was a crackpot from the start. The previous warden ran things the proper way. Prayer, 1 meal a day, work, a punch in the chompers from the guards, work again. But the new one, do you know what his first decree was? He introduced lunches and dinners. By the 9 devils, that's 3 meals a day. The man was obviously stark raving mad. Things only went downhill from there. The guards quitted with the teeth punching. The wardens forbade them. Instead, the overseers started counting which prisoners were digging up more things in the quarry or swinging their pickaxes harder or whatnot, and then, would you believe it, they put together a list of the best workers. And if someone on that list also showed good behavior, then that's what they got promoted to an optimate. That's the upper crust among us jailbirds. Well, that's how it was at first. Then the warden decided it's the optimates, not the guards, who should be in charge of punishments. That it wasn't the overseer's job to watch the prisoners work. It really was the optimists. Well, let me tell you, that's when those goody two-shoes really started to shine. The guards aren't even in the same league as our dear fellows, the optimates. In the old days, we had maybe 5 or 10 stiffs kicking us in a week. Well, now we're lucky if it was only 50. And that wasn't even the end of it. Warden Castigula moved out of his chambers to live right in the quarry under the dome, and I think something in his new home really scrabbled his brain. He began spouting the wildest things, like the Ultimates are saints who will behold the truth. And he started taking them to the quarry. Not all of them returned, the ones who did. You wouldn't recognize them. More beast than man. They were butchering people left and right, even guards and overseers. The warden himself had armed them, and that's the whole sob story. But I knew it from the moment he had us have dinners. Oh, this won't end well. What is it they say? There are no free lunches? Yadira nods knowingly. The old cadre's right. Whenever nobles start giving handouts to commoners, something always goes wrong. She notices your look and catches herself. I mean, with all due respect, your lordship. No offense intended. If I spare you, what do I gain from it? Now, how can lowly jailbirds hope to thank your noble self? I have an inkling. You see, us we're, how should I put this, different from the rest of the prisoners in this place. They're all petty thieves, from Rycat Minoras, debtors, gutter snipes. They're no one serious. Now, we, your nobleness, are cut from a different cloth. All together, we're fortune seekers from the void. Why don't we tell you where on Footfall Station, you know Footfall, the only shipyard and the best market in all of the Cronus Expanse, yes, so where on Footfall you can find some very serious business-minded people, and how you can get yourself a very special discount from them on some very special goods. What kind of very serious people? The most serious kind, your nobleness. Have you ever heard about the Fellowship of the Void? It's the largest pirate alliance in the Expanse. There is no leader, of course, but there are some terribly serious captains who decided that cutting each other's throats over loot was, what do you call it, counterproductive. But cutting throats together, now that's anti-counterproductive. You are pirates. I came across a void ship belonging to your associates. They were planning to break you out. The man grunts, then makes up his mind. Well, now that's out of the bag. Our fellows were supposed to come and get us a long time ago, but they got themselves tied up somewhere. Void cracking skullets with them, and in all that time we had to wait. This happened. Pardon me for trying to pull the synth wool over you. It's just that we want nothing to do with this whole warden nonsense. So what now? Will you let us go? Adira cracks her neck. Sure, no problem. Today, you tell us a little lie. Tomorrow, you stick a torpedo in her side from that ship of yours. If it doesn't fall apart the moment our helmsman sneezes in its general direction. Very well, I shall spare you. I need this, chat. I need this. I need this because if I want to be the one doing the fondling instead of getting fondled, then I am going to need to have a lot of money. And, well, the only way to get a lot of money is to get a lot of profit factor, and the only way to get a lot of profit factor is by making nice with every single faction in this game. Except for the Drusians. There are reasons I don't like them very much. Oh, that's so great to hear, your nobleness. Just great. Now, that's a true aristocrat, not that warden creep. Now, then, your nobleness, where was I? If you're ever on Footfall Station, there's this district there, the Shadow Quarters it's called, because it's located behind the statue of our holiest emperor. I've known folks who called it something else on the council on account of that sash, so don't repeat their mistakes, I tell you. Reverend Hieronymus wasted no time finding and burning them all. Forgive an old man for getting distracted. So, Footfall. The Shadow Quarters, there's a bar there, built on the remains of an old ship, and in that bar, in the back rooms, a certain Vrezia does her business. Tell her Grandpa Vavkel sent her, says hello. You'll be in her favorite client in the blink of an eye. There, yeah, we are, your nobleness, will you be going now, if you don't mind? Iconoclast is what we're on with here. I shall not leave you here to die at the hands of the Warden's henchmen. Go tell my pilot that it is the Lord Captain's orders that you are to be sent to my ship. You will join my ship's crew. You have my personal pardon as a rogue trader. I'm not doing dogmatic or heretical this playthrough, chat. I'm just not doing it. Thanks. We're most grateful, your nobleness. The old man glances at you somewhat skeptically, but then smiles and leaves. Iconoclast +3. Iconoclast is honestly the best option. It gives you the most options in this game. So take it when you can get it.
Follow my lead.
Demolition.
Prevails.
Yes, please and thank you, my dear. And I hope that my accent was like at least somewhat entertaining. Ooh, medkit. And diviner staff. Ooh, divination. Giggity. I do like it. Uh-oh. Bowhammer. Ooh, I think I got a better gun. A much better gun. There we go. We'll switch out that out for that one. And Foehammer we'll give to him. And wait, he has bolter proficiency now. Can be equipped. Yes, he does. Here, have Unfading Valor. Have a bolt gun. No, I insist. I insist. Ooh, serrated mono knife. I forgot about those. Those are cool. Better. Lots better. Giggity. Likey. Likey a lot. Big stabby. Okay. Show me your war face. It doesn't scare me. Okay, we're gonna give her that sword. Sir, yes, sir. Okay. Flamer. She's still got the flamer. We're gonna add those to cargo. Along with those knives. Carapace, black. what do we got in here? Ooh, that'll be good for him. We'll give this to him, and I will take that one. Either for me. Can't be equipped. She's dogmatic. I keep forgetting that. Alright. Okay. Is there any loot? Oh, there is loot.
I did
Forgot about that. Ooh. Axe. Lasgun. Giggity. Go. There's loot in here, too. I missed it. Yeah, this is what the Warden started doing to people. This is why in 40K, if you start seeing people suddenly acting super charitable or nice, you should be instantly very suspicious, because they 9 times out of 10 do not have your best interests at heart. And the pansy psycho of the regiment goes off to obtain a shitload of money and power and attempts to destroy Hell's Kitchen and fight horny blind dudes. Armor. We have good armor right now. Ooh, chainmail. I forgot they gave you good chainmail. Yeah, it's very sus. When someone starts acting like that, it's immediately suspicious for obvious reasons. It just doesn't seem quite
Victory
right.
awaits.
Okay. Hopefully she can... I don't remember if I'm going to have to kill her soon. I hope not. Okay, to the open pit. We go first to murder. Okay.
We shall prevail.
A bad description of 2015 Daredevil. I do need to keep watching that. Let's see. I bet that did absolutely nothing. They're not going to let me destroy those until I get into combat, aren't they?
I rise to the occasion.
It makes me sad. Okay.
An expected result.
Killed by poison gas. Okay, back here.
It's about time.
Back here. Okay, goods. Loot before fight. You might get something you did not expect. In this case, throwables. Flame grenade. Horse grenade. Make sure everyone has at least a couple of grenades, because grenades are going to be real handy in this upcoming fight. I have not been finding as much healing as I used to, and that disturbs me. Oh, gas cloud. We'll give him that too. Not having enough healing is always a worrisome sight, because in this game you wind up using it a lot. And it does something. It's not useless like it is in Baldur's Gate 3.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Okay. That's a better position than I started the fight in last time. Warden Castigula. Told you, Evie. They're hiding so much from us. Arrogant mentors, holy brothers and sisters. What have they ever given us? Nothing but a pile of fibs and useless admonitions. The voice of the man standing with his back to you sounds almost soft, heedless of everything but what is in front of him. He leans over a prisoner, dressed in expensive clothing. But Aurora, she is different. She spoke with me like no one has ever before. She revealed the truth to me, and now I can reveal it to you. If you just stop struggling for 1 minute. What? The man finally realizes he is not alone and turns to you. He is clutching a long, thin, metallic rod with blood dripping off of it. We have gas. From the Von Valencia ship, I'll wager. Evie, my dear, you will have to wait. Do not faint, I beg you. It's important that you feel everything, including your other eye. The Warden's words are suddenly drowned by a chorus of voices in your head, the entity that dwells in the recesses of your mind. rejoices in a cacophony of cries, this place. It holds great significance for the entity. In the frantic chanting of voices, you can almost make out words that speak of an ancient grave, one that was opened, for it contained a priceless treasure, a most coveted prize that was retrieved by the faithful after a centuries-long search. Such dreadful shades. Cassia recoils and covers her mouth. The colors of this place, they are putrescent to the core, and these people, their colors are oozing with madness and pain and despair and doom. That pit. There is something special about it, is there not? An item of value that was once buried there. Now tell me, Warden, what was the item, and who took it from here? Warden Castigula. His gaze bores into you, then he smiles. With the corners of his lips, you're too late, enemy of the truth. This bastion has already fulfilled its great purpose. You will never find the trail of the reclaimed relic that now rests in the hands of the devout. Why did you mutilate these people? These are my optimates, saints who will guide the flock at the fated hour. Listen, he pauses and smiles. Can you hear? You can't? They are crying out, calling. It's just that their cries are not meant for our ears. They cast their voices out there beyond the edge of the glass. It's into the transparent quiet. Yep, Tzeentch cultist. There they are heard. There their call is answered. You may know we had this guy once. He was a quiet one. One day he walked into the middle deck, threw one back, and then pulled out a gun and started shooting people left and right without saying a word. Then he shoved the barrel in his mouth and blew his brains out. Our warden here has the exact same look in his eyes right now. Who is Aurora? Oh, so you've managed to barge in here and interfere with Prophetess' designs without even knowing who she is, but it is too late now. You will never attain sight. All you can do is accept your fate. He suddenly stirs like a predatory beast. I do not like it when people take the Prophetess Aurora's name in vain. I desire your death, enemy of truth. The warden raises his hand, and the main people start thrashing about in their death throes. The time for words has passed. Optimates, give your power to this harbinger of Aurora. Let our foes see the truth or become awash in blood. Okay then. One chaos cultist to be destroyed. Aye. We need to start destroying these mirrors as quickly as possible. Argenta, you're gonna stay right there. Cables. You're moving around. Cassia. Medea, want you over there. And Abelard. Down here. Dear man.
Let's get to it. Chaos guides me.
I should probably also, since we're dealing with chaos now, I should probably explain that they're how the chaos gods work and who they are. So there are 4 main figures among the ruinous powers. They are.
As the tenets demand, let your soul
open your
Ouch.
eyes, or I'll open mine.
That was a mistake.
Trust me. I shall not fail.
There we go. The chaos gods are Korn, Tzeentch, Nurgle, and Slaanesh. The 4. They are complicated, but basically the chaos gods are emotions, or I would say rather primordial forces given sentience by mortal wills.
Help me, Lord Captain!
Argenta. Oh, that's nice.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
The generates. You guys
Actually, yes, that's the perfect descriptor for them. And they are... Okay, Unholy Lens. I need to hit that with a sword, preferably very hard.
Anything else?
Okay, Lens has been hit. Cabela. So Khorne is basically the god of war, blood, and slaughter. He is a completely unholy evil force. There we go. Actually,
Not a problem for me.
I may get a little over penetration there, but looks like we're fine.
I can't do.
So he embodies basically struggle and conflict.
Already done.
He's the god of war in this setting. Then you have and that can be honorable or dishonorable war. It doesn't really Khorne does not care from whence the blood flows. Ooh. Yes, please. There we go.
I'm not accustomed to being
Give
ordered
Cabela
around.
a bit of a boost.
The shadows will see it done.
Then there is Tzeentch. Tzeentch, or Titsnitch as certain people call him, is the god of schemes, plotting.
I took care of this one. It will be done.
Okay, now that we've got his health down, we need to focus on taking up lenses. Lenses need to go, badly.
My place is at the fore.
And Tzeentch is the god of schemes and just general... It's general shitty behavior you can think of. Tzeentch is behind it. He is an absolute little scud weasel. He likes... He takes great pleasure
Victory
in...
is imminent. It will be done.
in plots and planning and trickery. Oh, he's gonna take out poor little Cassia. Okay, there we go.
Trust me. Caught by the web. As honor ordains.
Acrobatic artistry. And then there is... So he's basically trickery, deception. That's his realm. Then you have... Okay, where's the other lens? The other lens is there. So we need to get down to where we can actually hit said lens. Hopefully. Are there any... There are not a whole lot of hostiles. Dash... Closer.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Okay, Adira, break that one. I don't think I could ever play the tabletop game, but it sounds like my kind of shit. It is... 40K is one of the best fictional settings ever made. Just period. Okay, go.
Was that you?
Okay, now. So first things first, we're gonna throw that on there. That on there. How many wounds does he have left? Even if I hit him at full... Okay, yeah, that did exactly what I thought it would probably do. Crap. Sparta in space. Kind of. Think more Roman Empire in space. And you've got it, pretty much. I'm gonna move you closer. Where is Abelard? Abelard's over there. Cassie, you're gonna get moved to the other side of the room, and I want you to hit that hard.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
Be a deer. Thank you. So...
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Okay, so we did hit it a couple times. We're gonna move as close as possible. So then you have Nurgle, and Nurgle is the god of plague. Plague and disease. He's the easiest to explain.
I will do my duty.
He is just a nasty, fat little bastard who wants to make you sick all the time. He's what you're currently experiencing, Natty. It's great. I hate it. Nurgle is very annoying. That's the easiest way to explain him. And Slaanesh is the god of perverts. So that's the easiest way to explain Slaanesh.
I'll do it.
I kind of boned myself over there. Okay, that's the other one down. Okay.
Doubt is for the weak.
Basically, if you can think of a sexual excess, Slaanesh is it. Personified. In the most unhealthy way possible. Yeah. Basically, if you can think of something that is bad for you in that way, you're thinking of Slaanesh. Just when it comes to just sheer hedonistic degeneracy, you're thinking of Slaanesh.
All too easy. Not a problem for me.
Which is because she was basically born out of that. Slaanesh was created when the Eldar did their oopsie-whoopsie at the dawn of time, and, well, the dawn of recorded history, and we're all stuck dealing with the results of their mistake.
I'm a navigator, not a servitor.
Okay, you can have that. Can she give that to me? Nope. She can give it to Kibbles. What about Ablard? Nope. Kibble.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Can you get anything? Can you get close? So basically just think, if you can think of an unhealthy thing of that nature, that's Slaanesh. And then, you have... But yeah, that's basically the 4 Chaos Gods. And they gain power by... The Eldar or Eldar? Eldar. Aldar is gay. Okay? That was made up by Games Workshop because they wanted to be able to... Can I hit him?
At your beck and call.
Because they wanted to be able to copyright their space elves. That's why they're called the Aldar. But yeah, they're Eldar. Or in the case of the Drukhari, there's the Deldar, but, you know, we won't get into that.
A dance of blades and
I can probably hit him with a big sword.
As the tenets demand.
Can't. I cannot, in fact, hit him. And he's gone. Okay.
Guided by
Up.
faith.
But yeah, that was basically made up by Games Workshop so that they could copyright Space Elves. Very gay. Absolutely fatherless behavior. Anyway,
Will do.
Be gone.
Alright. I was only asking spelling, but that's hilarious. Yes, it is. I don't believe we've been properly introduced. Blood is bubbling on the young man's lips, and his voice is barely audible, but even now it remains melodious and quite courteous. Evane Winterscale. Af Coronos. Greatly pleased to make your acquaintance. On the rare days that Lord Winterscale visited Yorick 5, the station was awash in a mist of warm hues. We were forbidden from meeting each other, but I was delighted to see such rare colors in my home. Now, however, his colors are darkening from pain and bitterness. We must help Lord Captain. We must save the clarity of his soul. For he whose presence makes the world a little brighter deserves no less. I was only asking spelling but that's hilarious. Yeah, it is pretty funny. Lady Cassia, I presume, sacred child of House Orselio. How disgraceful it is that we finally meet. I find myself not at my best. There is no disgrace in your predicament, Lord Winterscale. The Lord Captain and I met under similar, dreadful, and tragic circumstances. What have they done to you? The Warden, my friend, I tried to convince him to stop the riot. Diplomacy failed. Father Haste, diplomacy, which is why I had to try. Conserve your strength. You are wounded and need help. I must take your leave. I will see to it that assistance is provided to you and that you are escorted from here. You know, it's giving in to oblivion. Okay, now he's out. We can go grab loot. So much loot. 4 Gods of Chaos. There's a non-canonical 5th.
A new challenge,
but we don't talk about Malice, because even GW doesn't like to talk about Malice. Your eye is drawn to the shards of the enormous lens scattered around the broken device. At first, you are uncertain as to what troubles you, but suddenly the realization hits you. The glass shimmers in a unique way, just the same way as the shards of the unknown object you found near Theodora's von Valencius's desk. What's the matter, Lord Captain? Why are you so interested in... Abelard trails off when he notices what you are looking at. He instantly makes the connection. By the Imperium Saints, it cannot be. Yadira bites her lip. I see it too. Whatever that thing in her study was, it was made from the same material as this junk. What? Abelard is at a loss for words. He takes a moment to collect himself. All at once they start pouring out in a hasty splutter. It's a mistake. Slander meant to blemish the good name of a person who is now dead and cannot discern herself. First, those minions of the arch-enemy murdered Lord Captain Theodora. Now, this cannot be tolerated. It will not be tolerated. Come on now, Abelard. Remember what she was like. Adira's smile betrays her grief, but at the same time is strangely knowing. Brazen, assertive. It was like her entire life was a race against fate until fate caught up with her in the end. She would have gone steadfast into a black hole if she thought it would put her even one step ahead of everyone else out in the expanse. If we could just find out what she was keeping in her desk and why she went to get it during the attack. Sister Argenta's beautiful face is full of grief. How bitter it is to know that you were born from bad blood. But do not let this knowledge drag you into darkness. Perception test succeeded. The sisters ring with a genuine sincere hope that you are blessed with a worthier fate. She does not appear to be shocked by the news of Theodora's possible heresy. That's important later, chat. Non-canonical, wait, how can it be non-canonical but also acknowledges something, or not talked about? I'll get into it in a second. Life must be so easy for you sanctimonious preachers. A dubious trinket and you no longer see a person, you see bad blood, an annoying hindrance. There's enough venom in Idira's voice to poison an entire regiment. Argenta recoils, but the next moment her dark eyes ignite with fury. How dare you admonish me? We are speaking of betting the arch-enemy. A person who has tainted themselves thus can never justify their actions. Sure, we can go through all the trouble of trying to make sense of anything when you can just label them a heretic and call it a day. Except, dear friend, I seem to remember that you didn't mind Theodora so much while you were aboard her ship. You didn't leave her side for even a moment. She rescued you, aided you, and your adoration wilted the moment you heard an accusation sullying her memory. You weren't surprised or upset. You just gave up on her and moved on. Say nothing. Alright.
Follow my lead.
So Malice was a thing that was gonna be a thing for a while, but GW decided that they didn't really want to go that direction. Malice was going to be the 5th Chaos God of Unbelief. Basically, he was going to be the Chaos God who was super edgy and didn't believe in being a god or anything like that. So, Malice, or Malal, he got kind of retconned out of existence. So he kind of exists, but doesn't. I think the Sons of Malice are still around in some capacity as a traitor Space Marine warband, but they're not really a thing anymore. They're an odd curiosity that is only really approached as a subject to be considered rather retarded and funny at the best of times. Okay, we can go now. Okay, we got all the loot. All the loot required. But yeah, it's not really a canonical thing. There we go. Build a bridge. Alright, pass across, up, and away. Now we talk to Raquel. The rebellion has been crushed. I have news of your lord. He is safe and in one piece, and I shall receive him. Okay, there we go.
It's about time.
So yeah, that's why Malice isn't really talked about. He is the little edgelord that tried to. Yeah, he's Shadow the Hedgehog. He's the little edgelord who couldn't. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Over the past few days, I received several messages from the different decks complaining about anomalous behaviors in the ship's cogitators and servitors. The machine spirits are restless and rebellious, and no technical litany or ritual or pacification can rid them of this obstinacy. The tech priests can deal with the vessel systems, but the servitors, they make errors in their tasks, disobey orders, change the assigned rituals, or sometimes downright freeze as if in a trance. Lord Captain, occurrences such as these are caused by errors in cogitator calculations or have some sensible explanation. I beseech you not to take after those who whisper about the ship being cursed or possessed. Oh, don't start, old man. All these peculiar happenings have long since turned into local legends. A door slams shut, a lumen starts flickering. Folks have grown used to it all. So our resident ghost has decided to up the ante. I'm telling you, things are only going to get worse from here. The Technomax inspected the servitors and concluded they pose no danger, according to the servants of the Omnissiah. Such behavior is caused either by the echoes of minds not completely eliminated or by manifestations of the machine spirit's will. Nevertheless, the faulty servitors make the crew's tasks considerably more difficult, and High Factotum Genaris Denrock would like to discuss how she should deal with the defective property. He is awaiting your audience on the bridge. We will deal with that later. Actually, first things first, we're saving. We're gonna quick save. Actually, you know what we're gonna do? What we're gonna do is we're gonna make sure we have saved properly. And then we are going to move into that world. Good lord, load sometime this Century video game. Please. Okay. Ah, there we are. As the ship makes its way through the star system, a strange fatigue falls over you. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the quill you have been using to draw up yet another order falls from your hand. You raise your head with a start. Someone else is here in your study. You stand up and stare at dozens upon dozens of corpses surrounding you. Among their number, you recognize the disfigured and bloodied faces of those who died on the ship's bridge and those you met in your previous life. How is this possible? He sounds more like a pouty, rebellious teen who doesn't want to take his dad's business. Yep, he's the little edgelord who couldn't. How is this possible? Where are the enforcers posted to stand guard? It matters not. You are alone against a horde of heretics risen from the darkness to take your life. As if of its own accord, the shard lying on the desk, the sole remnant of Conrad Voigtvir's weapon slips into your hand. The metal is searing cold. I can see why it would be difficult to write well or really want to keep. Yeah, it was a poorly conceived concept. The metal is searing cold, the dead sway from side to side, closing in around you in a nightmarishly slow advance. Stop. I did not wish for any of you to die. The dead remain deaf to your words, creeping ever closer with the inevitability of death itself. You belatedly recognize that your Timberling hand has found the shard when its razor-sharp edge cuts into your palm. An unbearably bright light floods everything around, and you find yourself surrounded by groveling minions, their bodies shivering in your mere presence. Your hands no longer hold a pitiful shard, but a majestic and intricate weapon, a skillfully crafted sword, with strange, unnerving proportions, a curved design, and an unusual hilt adorned with the image of a closed eye. The eye opens wide, revealing a gaze so ancient and dark that it steals your breath away. You have felt this gaze before, there on the edge, and the voice that appears in your mind only confirms your guess.
The tapestry is woven. The path is chosen. Accept your fate, champion.
Throw the demon blade away. Never! Your body refuses to obey your mind. The hand feels as if it has become one with your... The handle feels as if it has become one with your hands, and in the gaze of the demonic eye sets upon your very soul, and sets your very soul ablaze.
Resisting is futile.
You scream as you feel your soul burn away to ash. You awaken from the vision kneeling next to your desk, clothes drenched in sweat and with a sour taste on your tongue. Your head is ringing, and you struggle to recall these faces and the images of the sword in your hand, only the deep cut on your palm and the bloody shard lying on the floor remind you of what has transpired. You would rather die than touch that thing again, so you reach a shaking hand from your Vox and call Servitor. Now you just have to wait for the mindless automaton to arrive, pick up the cursed artifact, and head for the nearest airlock for it to be claimed by the void. Yay! We managed to not get tentacle raped. All's well that ends well. Alright. We need to check some things over here real quick. I can't remember. I need to check in here. Yes, it is here. It is here. This is part of why old Voigtveer got angry and sold his soul to hell. Info. His chagrin is irrelevant. Voigtveer's mistake cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources, all wasted. He has failed at what he was supposed to be irreproachable at, uncovering spies, and this one was a senior officer. I am not going to discard him. Conrad has served me for too long for his removal to go painlessly for the Protectorate. Besides, he's no fool. He could have seriously expected to become the next in the line, the Von Valencius line, when his skills and talents as Master of Whispers are so valuable. Let his disinheritance serve as a humiliating but instructive lesson, from which he may yet learn. When did I start? More of a personal question. When did you start streaming, making videos? I started early, last year, I guess. And streaming happened after that. Streaming really only started to happen with Tomby. Tomby helped me get started into streaming, and for that I am eternally grateful. But I didn't really, like, get serious. Also, yay. Also, you need to be clipped more often. The problem is I didn't really get serious with it until a couple of months after I started posting. I posted my first video, and there were a lot of reasons for that, but then last year was not a good year for me. A lot of people in my family died last year, and so I wasn't in a good state mentally to work on videos or do anything for the channel, and I wasn't really in a good state to be around people either. And so there were times last year when I did things and said things that I wouldn't have done, but I was under a lot of stress emotionally and physically, and it was just a really bad time. So last year, kind of, I didn't do as much as I wanted to, and that really changed things for what I wanted. But then I got serious, and I've been seriously streaming, I would say, for about half a year ever since then. And yeah, I'm making up for lost time, and I'm making up for a lot of lost other things, but I'm gonna do the best I can and try and make things work. But yeah, that's basically where I got started. I started out early last year, got kind of into it, then a lot of stuff happened, and so I backed off, and then I decided I was gonna get serious, and I got serious. So I started doing streaming on my own. I started doing a lot of other things, and I have been, good lord, it's late. And ever since then, I have decided that I am gonna get as much work as I can done with the channel. So, yeah. Okay. Firstly, we need to give people different weapons. You're getting a revolver. What's her armor? She gets a body glove, doesn't she? Let's give her improved armored body glove. Yeah. Yes, please. What's her mesh chest plate? She doesn't have heavy armor proficiency. But yeah. That's kind of where all that came from. I'm sorry if I got too far into that, but yeah. Stuff and things. I noticed you petered out off a bit. Hey! But now doing more. Neat. Yeah. Yep. I am going to be streaming a lot more in the upcoming months. I want to get the channel monetized at some point. And, yeah. Get everything running properly. Okay. We need to give her... enough about me. Commanding voice. Let's give her that, and lore Imperium. I do need to have someone with a high lore Imperium skill. Thank you, Natty. Clips are always appreciated. Demolition. Medicae, lore, awareness. Demolition. Athletics. Athletics. We'll up athletics. Throw in... Aftershock. And then... Force Reality. Power Conduit. Psyker Minoris. Psychic Barrage. Stabilizing Factor. Heavily spec her into Psyker. Athletics, demolition, coercion, contempt, and actually, you do something. There we go. If I was cleverer, they would be blurps. Yeah. I have been trying to get blurps to work for God knows how long now. But a couple of months back, it just, they stopped working. I can't get them. Every time I try to create a blurp, it tells me that, would you like to re-trigger process because this has failed? And it's just, what the... Why? Why are you this way, video game? Melee weapon specialist. There we go. Spec her heavily into that. And so I just haven't been able to get them to actually function, which is a little annoying. Okay, Rykad Filia. Let's do this. Oh, it is 10:03. I have been streaming for 4 hours. We're gonna get Pisquiggly. We're gonna get Pesquiggly, and then I will call it. The starport greets you with the din of ordnance and the smell of explosives tickle your nostrils. It is difficult to tell through the smoke who is firing at whom. Halt! Sergeant Malgar. Halt! Weapons on the ground or I'm firing. A man in a torn and dirty uniform hobbles towards you from behind the chunks of rockcrete and crumpled plasteel. His cracked helmet is adorned with a crooked label that reads Sergeant Malgar. Alright, so our skies are in lockdown, the rebels are shooting down anything that flies, and you just happen to land in our rear without a scratch to show for it, and on a shuttle like that, where'd you get it? Stolen from the palace, isn't it? He is visibly awed by the resplendent gold of your transport. Grab 'em, lads, we've got ourselves a rebel landing force. Abelard turns purple. By the Holy Throne, what a mess. Idira glances around. They're in a rough spot, old man. Go easy on them. Abelard, enlighten this rabble as to the proper manner of greeting the Emperor's Trozen. Abelard clears his throat. You stand before Rogue Trader Von Valencius, you ignorant worm. Snap to attention this instant, and give his lordship a formal report. Sergeant Malgar, with a mixture of awe and terror, snaps to attention, raises his freshly cut chin like an exemplary soldier, and barks, "My mistake, sir, at once. The starport is under the control of the governor's wardens. Perimeter commander is Sergeant..." A frag grenade explosion cuts off the rest of the sergeant's word. Shrapnel flies everywhere. With a piercing scream, one of the soldiers falls to the ground, clutching the remains of his forearm that is now adorned with crimson tatters. Blood is pouring out of the stump, and the soldier's agony is short-lived. The sergeant curses and hastily says an army prayer for the dead. With a rasping cough, the sergeant turns back to you. Pardon me, sir. Sergeant Lasse Malgar, reporting. My unit is holding the starport on the governor's orders. How may I serve? What is going on here? Unrest, sir. Armed rebellions in both the capital and the provinces. First the lower level sparked, then it went up the spires. They hit the Voxhabs, the arsenal, the mag train stations. Then Felix tore off his mask precisely because he knew about the trouble on Reichad Minoris. He knew that none of our allies would come to our aid. Cassia lets out a sorrowful sigh. You may continue your report, peasant. Sergeant Malgar. My unit was here when it all went to the Groxes. The tech priest linked to satellites reported sightings of strange void ships in the system. They were orbiting the star until one of them set course for landing on Reichad Majoris. The governor took precautionary measures and ordered the increased security at the key facilities. Everyone knows that whenever something's not right, you better double the warden details. The alarm was raised and we were set to secure the starport. It's the only reason we were able to hold it. Apparently there's a Minecraft movie, Jack Black is playing Steve. They made vinyl toys of him as Steve. Yes, Natty, that exists. And yes, we all wish it didn't. They're crushing us, the scumbags. It's been a whole turn since the last reinforcements came in. We're running low on ammo. Every other fighter is wounded. I don't know how bad it is in the streets, but they'll drive us out of here any minute. Pat him on the shoulder. You're doing fine work, Malgar. And so are your troops. It is people like you that hold the Imperium together. Sergeant Malgar's grim voice rings with a martyr's pride. I live to serve. Do you happen to know if a member of the Inquisition has come here? At the word Inquisition, the sergeant's face fills with awe. I don't know, sir. There definitely haven't been any visitors like that on my watch. You might have to inquire at the headquarters, your lordship, sir. I'm going to see the governor. If I may report, sir, as long as the rebels keep shooting their damned anti-aircraft battery, there's absolutely no way to shuttle you to the governor. It would have to be on foot, and the streets are dangerous. I have no one to send with you as escort. I assigned all available troops to accompany the esteemed tech priest to the governor. I will voxcast orders to them to wait for you, and I'll inform headquarters. They better send out a convoy to meet you halfway. Meanwhile, we will follow the governor's orders and hold the line here. More death and glory for the Emperor indeed. Natty. Alright. Adira frowns as her gaze grows distant, as if she is looking through the sergeant. You're a good soldier, but you've got a lot of blood on your hands, both yours and others. You know the same hand that salutes now might falter in the darkness. Rank and epaulets won't save you from the bitterness. Pardon me, my lady, Sergeant Malgar says, but I can't get my head round those fancy words you're saying. I've seen plenty of blood, but trust me, I'll fight till my last drop. What tech priest? A very important person from the Adeptus Mechanicus arrived on the last shuttle before they locked down the sky. He kept on asking whether anyone by the name of Amarnat or Amarnat or something like that had arrived recently, but barely answered any of our questions though. Said he was under no obligation to tell us anything. He demanded to talk to the governor personally, so I had to send a quarter of my troops with him to keep trouble at bay. You are a good soldier, Malgar. I will see that your heroism is noted. The sergeant blushes slightly. I live to serve. Another explosion interrupts the sergeant's words. With a sigh of relief, he turns to his soldiers and spits out a booming series of commands.
I won't tolerate
badass. Absolute Chad. Okay, close.
It is no wonder that mutiny broke out here. How can order be maintained in a place without compartments or bulkheads?
I would argue that it is not the size of the territory, but the competence of the governor that matters. Ugh, he did not even send a proper cortege to meet us.
So, we know where Cassia stands on size, chat. I see your Swartz is as big as mine. Now we will see how you handle it. Going to hell for making that joke, but I don't care. It is late, I am tired, and, well, fuck it. Okay. A blurred Cassia needs to be as far back as possible. We're gonna stick our Jinty there. This fight isn't that bad. As long as you're not a complete dum-dum about it, you can actually do really well here. Okay.
I bring mercy and retribution.
Let's move her forward, and then death from above, rightio.
As honor ordains. Killing brings me no pleasure.
Okay.
I shall not.
I don't know what I expected from that, but
the enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
I can use the flamer here. Can I reach that? Oh, yes, I can. They're all very squishy. None of them are really wearing good armor, so they're basically cannon fodder. But widow bastards.
Faith without
There is
deeds
recital.
is worthless.
And
Is a prayer. I am
there we go.
his
We're high
will
momentum
made
now.
manifest.
So,
I'll do it.
light him on fire. Burn him to toasty crisp. Change weapons to the sword. At least they aren't spongy. Yes, this game does have some excessively spongy enemies, but thankfully they are kept to a dull roar.
Cleanses the body.
But man, when they hit, dear God, they're awful. It's probably one of my least favorite parts of this game, but as long as you play halfway smartly, you can generally do pretty well. Bolter. Bolter tank. Okay. Chainswords are awesome.
It will be done.
Okay. Shoot again? Nope. Okay, that's as much as we're gonna get out of him. Chainswords are absolutely amazing, and I wish more science fiction properties used stuff like that. Chainswords are awesome. Power weapons in 40K are just great. I like lightsabers. Well, have you ever considered what happens when you go up against someone who...
Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Okay, that's good.
All too easy.
There we go. Yeah. Power weapons are way cooler than lightsabers, and I will hear no argument on that subject. They just look cooler. They function cooler.
Follow my lead.
Okay. Guard is gonna help us. Good old girl. Alrighty then. Let's move up.
What is this foreboding?
Couldn't tell you, sweetheart. Can I? Nope. I think we moved her up about as far as she can go.
Step aside.
So she...
The navigator is coming.
You can make someone explode with a bolter. Almost certainly.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Lightsabers are cool too, but a chainsword, that baby purrs. It does. And power swords hum really nicely. I like them a lot. They're very schmexy weapons. As it slices your enemies. Yes.
Let's make it quick.
Can I fall back now?
No, you can't.
Let's get to it.
I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Okay. Ooh, we have so much movement speed. Okay, first things first. There we go.
Death is a blessing.
And now we're gonna hit.
As on our old days.
And I can hit him right there.
The other
Good.
side awaits.
And we can hit him too.
Death is a blessing.
Okay. We're good. Let's use her. Oh, he's stuck. We only have one enemy left. Where is he, though? Yep, that's a bug that happens relatively regularly in this game. Enemies get stuck standing up, which is a little bit annoying.
Move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
As the
God, I
Emperor
love the
commands,
soundtrack
I
so
act.
much. Okay, flamer time.
I'll do it.
We do not yet have a heavy flamer, but chat, when we get the heavy flamer, it is French kiss. It is so good and so unfathomably broken. I want to take the heavy flamer out for a nice moonlit dinner on the beach. I wanna fondle it. Rub oil all over it, because it is just, it can kill all the things you need dead. My eyes. Oh yeah, I forgot about that too. Yeah. This is not a situation where you can argue that that the heretics are in any way decent. Chef's kiss, French kiss is very different. Yes, yeah. Did I say that? My brain is not braining, apparently. The young, shaggy-haired soldier is pale, nonetheless. As you approach, he holsters his weapon, his pistol, the hallmark of good discipline. He gives you a somewhat frightened but genuine smile. Thank you, my lord. You arrived in the nick of time. I don't know what those babbling creeps wanted of me, but it definitely wasn't anything good. Are you unharmed, soldier? All thanks to you, my lord. These blind lunatics are all over the city now. These rebels, damn them to the void, go around maiming anyone they get their hands on and scorching their eyes. Then they leave the poor souls. You did, and then got a little weird. Yeah, well, we're nearing the end of this, so I will hopefully not, we can get through this without me embarrassing myself too much. Okay. These rebels, damn them to the void, go around maiming anyone they get their hands on, scorching their eyes. Then they leave the poor souls driven mad by the pain to wander the streets babbling nonsense. Who are you? Lucky Jasper, the governor's aide and personal Vox operator. I was dispatched to the starport on special orders, the young man proclaims, desperately trying to tame his tousled hair. And what exactly are you doing here on your own? Following Governor's Midden's special instructions, namely, he grits his teeth through a pained expression, furrowing his brow. It's a secret assignment, I can't talk about it. I'm a rogue trader. Oh, we have so many options. So many options. I'm gonna go with rogue trader. I'm a rogue trader. Why don't I simply order you to tell me everything? It is well within my rights. A rogue trader? After casting a quick glance over your gear, he nods in understanding. Oh, so you must be from House von Valencius' ship. The Starport Augur surveillance station reported that it detected your ship entering the system. Then you heave to, sent a shuttle to another unidentified ship, a very strange one at that, and then that ship departed. But the Augur surveillance stations reports are not to be disclosed to third parties, but you know that already, don't you? Well, alright, if you really are the rogue trader, I'll tell you everything. I am looking for an interrogator of the Inquisition who may have arrived on this planet. Have you heard of anyone matching that description? Jasper's face quickly turns gray as he says, I have. But I don't know where he is now. I'm sorry, but I don't like discussing the affairs of the Inquisition. Brutally maim him. Yeah, we're not doing that. Do you think the governor can handle the rebellion? Well, obviously, I'm not a pessimist to say otherwise. Persuasion. I won't tell anyone. You really won't? Well, then, if you ask me, things are pretty rotten. The rebels are strange. We would have easily quelled a normal riot. We're not some commoners. We're Rykadians, the naval elite of House Winterscale, but these people, they're vicious. They know no fear. And their attacks, they're so precise, it's like they know what's going to happen ahead of time. The command executed 7 officers on suspicion of espionage, but it's not about spying. They say the leader of the rebels is some two-faced Aurora who can see into the future. Now she is the real danger. Adira scoffs and rubs her hands together in excitement. She can see into the future, is that right? We'll see about that. She's up against the wrong psyker. My breezy whispers may be vague, but they've not failed me once. I can tell you without asking my ethereal friends that her future doesn't look too bright now that the Lord Captain is involved. Is that Irish or Canadian? Well, the thing is, Irish accents are a little bit harder to do than Canadian, because Canadians are different, because Canadians are more like this. They're... It's hard to do, because it makes me move my face in a weird way, and I need to drink some water first before I even attempt a Canadian accent. Irish accents are just, you have to talk like you're talking through a mouthful of potato, but while trying to somehow hum, but Canadian accents are a little bit different, boyo, because they're weird. So Wisconsin, yeah, kind of. So why did they send you to the starport? It's bullshit, whatever I could pull off at the moment. I'm supposed to deliver updated Vox codes, and how should I put it, assess the situation. The planet is a real mess at the moment. The rebels have found their way into our VoxNet and are now eavesdropping. This made proper communications impossible. The hollowed electrodynamic Cenobium has sent out a distress call before it went. Well, no, you talk like you have no potatoes. Well, damn, that got dark fast. Anyway. And who even knows what's happening in the system? There's been a riot on Rykadfilia. The prison planetoid Eric 5 station has gone silent. Although the navigators there have always been a reclusive bunch, I was hoping I'd be lucky enough to run into a pilot or captain here who could give me an update, but that's hardly a possibility right now. The rebels are blasting anything that tries to land out of the sky with their damn cannon. He stops talking a little too abruptly. There's something you're hiding from me, isn't there? More classified secrets? It's nothing classified, just personal. There's another reason I'm here. My betrothed is missing. Raquel, Vicari, the esteemed Yvain Winterscale's personal pilot. Still too soon? Nah, no. We get into some pretty dark humor around here. Just personal. There's an, when the riot reports came from Rykadfilia, Lord Yvain headed there personally. Then this rebellion started down here and we lost communication. No one knows how they're doing up there. You know what I'm afraid of? That will come back and those rebel scumbags will shoot them out of the sky. I wanted to find a place that's high up, set up a Voxcaster there and send them a transmission. The sky is off, don't try to land, but I didn't make it in time. These blind dogs chased after me and as I was running I tripped and broke the caster. I worry for her. She's an excellent pilot, but I still worry. Abelard shakes his head disapprovingly, but his eyes are understanding. That is why all members of a Voidship clan share the same employment. No matter how devoted a servant of the Emperor is to their duty, there is always the danger that family ties might disrupt regulations. Worry not, for your Raquel is alive. I met her on Rykadfilia. Oh, he does it for me. Really, that is marvelous. May the Emperor protect you for over 1,000 years. And then 1,000 more for bringing me such good news. I'll name my firstborn after you, I swear. In fact, I'll name all my children after you. That's a bit much, my dude. I have no more questions. Okay. It was a pleasure to be of service to you, my lord. It's been nice to meet someone normal. He glances warily at the body of the nearest lunatic. Let's take my leave in dialogue. Okay. We need to check for loot, and then we need to find Pisswiggly and fast because my mental faculties are fading rapidly. Jesus Christ, 21 people watching. Thank you all very much. I don't know what you're doing here, but I'm very grateful. It's awesome. Oh god, there's another fight. Okay. Okay, time to storm on through this shit. Jeez. Poor brain. Brain is not working. Brain is not braining. Okay, Dira. Over here. Cassia. Actually, Abelard. Move over. I want Cassia to be able to get fairly far up there. Argenta. And Kibbles. Kibbles can move right here to the side.
Here we go. Out of my way.
Okay. Water.
Hold on.
Damn. Okay. Well, that's certainly not ideal.
Let's see how they respond to this. Nothing I can...
Kill him. Okay, I hurt them. Abelard, take that.
Let's make it quick.
Okay, they run in groups of three. I'm here because I think this stuff is neat and you're pleasant to listen to too. Thank you, Natty. That's very nice. First things first, you need to heal him and her.
Use it wisely.
Careful now.
Oh, she can only heal one person at a time. Okay. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna move her up here.
Comes in silence.
And then...
As the tenants...
There we go. We can kill all of them. Oh, Yeah. Good. Shit. Okay. Firstly, let's move her up there. Then...
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
There we go.
The navigator's might.
Good. 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 Very good. Okay,
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
It will be done.
Door.
I will do like you.
Miss. Still an extra attack hammer. Okay. Hibbles is absolutely going to butcher those guys. Probably. If she doesn't get murked before she gets the chance. Okay.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Flamer time.
As the Emperor
Oh, yeah.
I'll do it.
I like that a lot. Okay.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Faith without dignity can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Okay.
I'll do it. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave.
Very good. Okay, let's move
as the Emperor
as
commands,
far
I act.
that way as we can. Can we hit him?
I'll
We
do
can hit
it.
him.
Each stroke is a prayer.
Super toasty. All right. Idira. Okay, no veil degradation.
On it.
Hook him, please. Nice. Okay.
A tactically sound approach.
All right. Ablard. Bolter time. Let's try switching weapon sets over to this. I bet you we can hit him again. Yes, we can. All right. They're about to get royally clowned on. Okay. Bella is nearly dead. She's down to 6 wounds. Okay.
Already done.
Good.
All too
Ooh,
easy.
goody. He's down. Heal yourself
Though
first.
I gave thee my blood and my pain, thou hast ordained that I shall live.
God, I love just how much
Fortune
movement she
smiles on
has.
us, an ill omen. As
we go.
honor or death. Trust me. As honor
And the quarterback is toast. Okay. Right, he's down. Cassia. Dear lady, I want you to do me a favor, please. Thank you.
If I may, another star painted.
Ah, that was a quick one. Now our health is back up. Let's collect all of the loot possible from this area. There's loot down here too. I always forget that you need to be careful about doing exploration. It's important. Very important. Ooh, did we get a Pyromancer staff? I think that's where we get the Pyromancer staff. Psychic. Pyromancers, yep. Now, we can give that to Adira, but I don't want to right now. I like her chain lightning attack. It's very handy. There's goods there. Healing, thank God. We needed that badly. Okay. Oh, I can do Medicae. I forgot I could do Medicae. That's good to know. Can be equipped. Get her some healing. He has healing. Okay, Bella needs one of those. Good. We have all the grenades we need.
None shall stand.
I can't remember if there's anything in here. I don't think there is. Other than some loot. I don't remember quite clearly. It's been a while since I played this. Oh, yes.
Done.
And there we are. Death World Origin. Can I wear that? I forget. Am I a Death Worlder? Yes. It's the same type of armor as what I'm currently... It's not as good, though. Does anybody else need bid or armor? What's hers? 25, 20, 20, 20, 20, 40. That's heavy armor, and she can't wear that yet. I will get it to where most people can wear heavy armor by the end of this playthrough, I think. I do want power armor eventually, and you can get it in this game for your main characters, other than a certain character we will be meeting later, but I'll try not to spoil that either.
See, right there.
Yeah, I know. I know, video game. Magenta. Good job.
Never doubt me.
Okay. This squiggly should be right up here. Not that far ahead.
Pay attention.
Oh.
Follow my lead.
Mines. God,
Cast your eye there. I better myself.
Argenta, you are a godsend, milady.
Duty prevails.
Turret was placed in a great hurry. What does CRPG stand for? Computer RPG. It's pretty simple. Here he is. Here he is. Here is the man, the myth, the legend, the machine.
Change is coming. The edge is nigh.
The blinded ones are harmless. No sense in shooting them and drawing attention.
Fire on the nearest target! Don't kill the tech priest! We need to take him alive! Hold back!
There he is.
Don't. Be thy fate. Let the cycle be discontinued.
There's a difference between a lack of knowledge and stupidity, Yarny. A lack of knowledge can be fixed. Stupidity, on the other hand, well, that's an entirely different matter. There he is. There's my boy. Ah, there are other people who don't like him. I love Pascal. Pascal Hunneman is an absolute wonderful character. The man dressed in crimson should not have survived an explosion like that. However, he is alive. You hear the wheezing of the respirator that covers half of his face.
Not another step.
A trill comes from the folds of the partially smoldering crimson raiment. It is by Narek. Speech, the sacred language of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Natty, dear God, I'm sorry. Yeah, tired, man, and there is a reason I said we were gonna get Pascal and quit. Oh, God, help me. The Vanaric hymn transforms into a Vox-synthesized voice that sounds like thunder rolling over a vast plain. I feel really stupid now. God help me.
Flee, for I am death.
His gaunt hand raises to stop you, and immediately your Vox howls in pain, and your machine equipment starts crackling. The tech priest's blazing power axe disgorges a cloud of righteous sparks, and his visor glows menacingly in blue and green.
By the throne! What is that servant of the Omnis I am made of? Adamantine? Ah, placid.
Abelard clutches his head as his ocular implant is racked with a wave of interference. I am Rogue Trader von Valencius. I mean you no ill.
I identify you as a member of a high stratum belonging to Rogue Trader House von Valencius. I am detecting no need for confrontation.
Good man.
The convoy received an order to meet you. It is no longer functional. Therefore, I propose that we continue to advance to the rendezvous point with the governor's soldiers.
How'd you manage to kill off a slew of people and blow up a sacred machine without even laying a finger on it?
This was my doing.
Yeah, it kinda was. God, I love you, you beautiful little murder hobo.
The voices are being weird about him. They're saying garbled, conflicting things. Like they're talking about completely different people. But he's not a threat to you. Even if that's a bit hard to believe after all the fireworks.
I identify as Magus Pascal Hanema of the priesthood of Mars. By the grace of the Omnissiah, I am currently assigned to the maintenance personnel of the station Altar Templum Calixis X-17.
Altar Templum Calixis. I have heard the name before. The station appears on House Orcelio's star charts in the Furibunda system.
Cabela is
not
inside
far
me
from the
right
void
now.
colony of Footfall. You have
There, have
traveled
a
a
mental
long
flashback.
way to come here, esteemed Magos.
You do not even know how you caused such an explosion.
The Omnissiah granted me a revelation. The spirit of this machine was dying, but it wished to perform a service, for such was its design. I sensed this and appealed to it. I do not know how I did it. I merely followed my intuition. The understanding granted by the Omnissiah was not permanent. It has left me.
Almost as though the knowledge is not your own.
How strange it is to hear such words from one who is not of the blood-spun web. We have much in common.
No, you really don't. Machines do indeed have spirits, Natty. There are some who even argue that machines have souls. Of course, the greatest heresy is to make a machine in the image of a man, but we won't get into the whole AI revolt in the Men of Iron here.
I came here to carry out
I'm tired and too brain damaged to be able to... Natty, oh God. Jesus Christ, please kill me. Brain is not working.
And I was on my way to Governor Medina to determine my mentor's current location. My escort was ordered by their commander to discontinue their movement and await to be merged with your group. Then, due to their incompetence, they let themselves be killed. It was an unacceptable complication to my task.
It is a tempting prospect at this point, Natty.
Cessation of vital functions is an unavoidable phenomenon, and therefore an insignificant one. The doctrine of worship repudiates the fear of death.
Based.
With my mentor's words, the Omnissiah gives me the algorithm for redemption and triumph in service. I will be redeemed, and I will triumph.
I invite you to join my retinue.
Predicting successful and mutually beneficial cooperation.
Thank God. This means... goodbye, Idira. Okay, we have got Pisquiggly. I am gonna call it here, chat. I am tired, my brain is no longer functional, and we have streamed for nearly 5 hours. So I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna go collapse into bed after I do my push-ups. Shit, I still have to do this. Anyway, and I will see you all next Wednesday with Rogue Trader. Sunday is War Thunder. So Sunday will be War Thunder. Next Wednesday, we will be back with Rogue Trader. We will be continuing things from here. And I will see you all then. Thanks everyone for stopping by. all the lurkers, very much appreciated. Aerodale, Natty, Grizzled, Bend Over. Dude, I appreciate you all so much. It is great to have y'all along for the ride. I really appreciate it. But yeah, that's the schedule. And for now, this has been Pete, the Radical